let the truth ignite. In the dark we'll spark the fight. Unfornicated, keep on strong. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout. We'll burn the nonsense from inside out. Light it up, let the truth ignite. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout. We'll burn the nonsense from inside out. Light it up, let the truth ignite. In the dark we'll spark the fight. Unfornicated, keep on strong. Debunk the myths where they don't belong.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Unfornicated for a wonderful Sunday night. I appreciate you all being here. Big shout out to Matt from Whatcast. See you in the chat. Thanks, bud, for having me on. I appreciate it. It was fun to have a conversation, particularly about that particular topic. Not exactly how I saw my Sunday going, to be honest, but hey, we do what we do, I guess. Look, something like that you can't help but just react to because it's so ridiculous. It's to the point where you're like, I don't know. Anyway, I'm glad you guys are all here. Yeah, it's a little chilly here. That's why I got a hoodie on, not a Hawaiian shirt. It was in the 20s and raining earlier, or I'm sorry, in the 30s and raining earlier. So getting close to snow coming. I think it actually crawled back up into the 40s at some point. So, but I don't like the cold. So it's hoodie Dano this time around. Of course, I could just crank up the heat and put on a Hawaiian shirt then, but I'm going for comfort. Let's see. What are we doing today? Tonight, we're going to be covering a world of derp for the last week. Because a little bit has been happening, and some of it is actually pretty personal to me. But let's get into that. Excuse me. So, wow, voice crack. That was a nice start. So, as with anything, as with most of our streams, it is grab your favorite libation, and we're going to be having a little shipwreck spiced rum to go with our coffee today because, well, this derp is dumb. So, pour yourself a shot, pour yourself a drink, get some water, get some juice, get some milk, whatever it is. Whatever is your favorite libation. Raise a glass for a toast for another wonderful Sunday night of derp. Okay. So, hold on a second here. I got to get it back up here to my notes because I was streaming down or scrolling down trying to get everything set up so I don't totally bollocks this entire stream. But it's a Derp Venger stream. If it doesn't have shit going wild, no, it's not. All right. So, I think I'm going to try to trim this up for a standalone video. So we're going to go do an intro again real quick. I hope you guys don't mind, but if you do, I'm sorry. So welcome back to Unfornicated. I am Dano, and this is the weekly STD recap, where STD stands for socially transmitted disinformation, or I like to call it science, truth, and dumbassery dumpster fires. This week, we've got a trifecta of intellectual bankruptcy. It's enough to make B.T. Barnum blush. We've got flat earthers who can't do basic math getting bodied by Dr. Shiva, a conspiracy theorist who thinks Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 was teleported by plasma orbs using neutronic fusion, and a special guest, which isn't even a real term, but whatever. And an astrophysicist who keeps screaming aliens at every rock that floats past Earth because it pays better than academia. This is the state of discourse in 2025. Carl Sagan warned us about this exact moment. He saw it coming in 1995, 30 years ago. He said we would slide into superstition and darkness when people lost the ability to distinguish between what feels good and what's true. Well, Carl, I got news for you, bud. We didn't slide. We dove headfirst into a kiddie pool with a running start while screaming, "Leroy Jenkins!" Yep, that about sums it up. Leroy Jenkins. So buckle up, because we're going to go elbow deep into the stupid, and it's time for the weekly STD recap. So our first story tonight, Dr. Shiva decided to host a Round Earth versus Flat Earth Summit Part 2. Now, I'll be honest, Tuna and I did not exactly expect anyone to show. In fact, I even called out connection problems to be the typical thing that would end up happening. And sure enough, there were some connection problems in the beginning. I almost looked prophetic. However, the camera came on, the mic came on, and derp ensued. So, we're going to cover a little bit of that tonight. Now, as most of you know, I was selected as a participant on the sane, normal side of the panel, not the completely unhinged side. But this should have been the holy grail for flat earthers. Present an experiment to finally prove the Earth measures flat, that curvature is a myth, or whatever other bullshit they had in mind. Open forum. All historical experiments are thrown out. Everything has to do with right here, right now, what can normal, everyday people do as an experiment to prove it for themselves. Call it TFE 2.0. And I was happy to be part of it. Because, well, we're going to come into it. I learned quite a bit by being on this panel because of the different things that were presented. But we'll get into that. But all the flat earthers had to do was to present their model and predictions. Sounds easy, right? Well, because we actually knew what would happen, and what did happen was so much worse than what anyone could have actually predicted. Well, unless you spend any time in the flat earth community of this corner of the world, then you know exactly what was going to happen. And you, my friend, looked like a sage of wisdom. It was like watching a train wreck, but where the train was already on fire before it left the station, and then somehow the wreck caught fire again later on down the track. It was just... dumpster fire does not seem to encompass it all. So let's start with the misunderstanding of the term models, because that seems to be a good place to start. So we all know how the scientific method works, right? I'm going to dumb it down to make it as easy as possible for you to understand. And I kind of know this because, well, I paid attention at school, which I can't say a lot of flat earthers did. You observe something, right? you create a mathematical model or a prediction or some framework to explain how it happens. Then you test that model with experiments and you see if your prediction matches reality. Then you see if you can reproduce it. Not complicated. So we agreed to two different experiments. Sun location calculator, right? Predict the sun's position, azimuth, and altitude based on a specific time and date and location. Sorry, 3 variables. Now, specifically, I chose the MIT campus on there to show that I could do this anywhere because, well, you can do this anywhere. The second experiment was what we'd like to call Stone's ILS experiment, which was predict an aircraft glide slope using ILS and the distance from the airport. Sure. But let's start with the sun model, okay? Because the sun model is the part that's actually, the fun part because, well, I mean, it's the part I did, and I'm selfish like that. And I'm going to start with Dr. Shiva explaining what the takeaway from the first call was. Now, I know this has been covered by FTFE, it's been covered by Tune and stuff like that, but I am going to do a little different. We're not going to watch the whole thing because I'm sure most of you have already seen it. And if you haven't seen it, you can kind of guess what happened anyway. But what we are going to discuss is we're going to give Kevin's little presentation a spotlight. Let's give him the chance that he didn't have because he thought it was a debate. Sounds interesting, I hope. So here's Shiva.
But this is what a model, just simple. Today, we're going to look at each group is going to share with us what their inputs to their model are and what the output is. In the case of the Earth, the output is going to be 2 numbers, the azimuth and the altitude. The input is going to be the location of the individual in whatever grid system people want to use and the date and time. And then one thing that's missing here is people should also share their assumptions, as we talked about, because we don't want the round earthers using flat. If the Earth is in fact flat, the round earthers could manipulate their data by using flat Earth assumptions in their model. Similarly, if the Earth is in fact round, the flat earthers could round Earth assumptions to make their data look good, and that would be cheating. So we're going to be very, very circumspect on the assumptions. Okay, so that's what we discussed last time. And
can you say that again with what is cheating? I didn't get it.
Well, for example, if the Earth, let's assume the Earth is flat, right?
Acoustically, I didn't hear it. Just repeat it. Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, the round earthers could manipulate their model by using, embedded in their model would be variables that in fact the Earth is flat that they could use. Similarly, if the Earth is round, the flat earthers could, in their equations, use round Earth data, round Earth variables.
You got the script. Okay.
Okay, did you hear that little chuckle? Did you hear that from Kevin? You got desperate. Interesting that Kevin had a hard time understanding the idea of cheating math, seeing as the model he provided is based entirely on the globe. Let's fast forward a little bit here because this is the part that gets fun. So, of course, it didn't start well for Kevin because right there, it kind of showed a little intellectual dishonesty. And, well, he started adding sarcasm to this presentation and to actual Dr. Shiva's presentation, which, to be fair, it's Dr. Shiva's panel. It's more like, shut up until you're called upon. But, of course, Kevin, that main character syndrome just couldn't let that be. But here's the part I thought was interesting.
So I'm looking out my window, my location, whatever grid system you want, the date and time, and the output of that equation should be the azimuth and the altitude. So who on the globe Earth side is presenting this model?
Let me guess.
I will be.
Who's that?
Dan.
Oh, Dan. Was that your guess, Kevin?
No.
Did you get it right? You win a prize.
Oh, So
Okay.
he
You hear
got
that?
introduced, yeah.
He said, oh, let me guess, because they thought Toon was going to present it. Because Toon had done a lot of sun experiments when he was in Antarctica. But here's the thing. We kind of both worked on this. We divided up the workload, and then we decided that, we're each going to take different parts and then we would help. So if I had problems coming up with my derivative of how to do the sum calculator, I can go to Toon. Toon had questions regarding the debunk or the model or whatever we were doing about the ILS system. I was there to answer. And we had other people who were hugely, monumentally contributing to this from our community. And we have people like Marcus Leach and specifically PD0194. PD was paramount in this because by some random act, he shared with me a GeoGebra page that he was trying to play with it. So I basically took that, forwarded it over to Toon, and we were able to manipulate it and put in what we had already done our research on and put the piece together to basically create the model. So I guess he thought Toon would present this part. So I'm sorry, Kevin, you were wrong. No prize. And I wish it could say it got better for Kevin during the next 3 hours, but it didn't. So we're going to fast forward now to the part where I have finished my presentation. I'm sure you've all seen it. If you haven't, it's actually on the first call, or it's on the Shiva call. You can go to that thing, or it's also on my live stream, because I failed to present my presentation to my live stream because I shared the wrong screen. If there's not some sort of monumental fuck up, it's not an unfornicated stream. The unfuck yourself is a reminder to me for me to do that while I'm streaming. So we're going to fast forward here a bit, all the way over to here. Now, as you guys have already said in chat, please notice the spelling of model. Actually, who was it that said this? Copian, I think, asked did he not hear it or did he not understand it? He said he didn't hear it, but everyone else heard it perfectly fine. So I'm not quite sure what to make of that. I think he was looking for a little clarity.
Okay, so in order to present math for a flat Earth sum, I could go to Bislin's model. Notice the conditional tense that I could do it. The sun is rising.
I could do it. I could use this as a model, but I'm not using it as a model. I'm not quite sure he understood the homework assignment. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know where this was going. But up until, okay, let's put it this way. Up until this point, okay, Kevin has more or less been following the format. I mean, we can actually take a look at some of the slides he presented just because, well, why not? It's going to be fun. Now, when he talks about this model to start with, right, this model right here, the Bislin model that James St. Plagier decided to make his own, he posted this. Now, this is a screen grab of the coding that was done. Now, the interesting thing about the coding was that you could rename it whatever you want to if you have the minimalist of coding experience. And if we zoom in here, we can see transmat local FE to globe FE, transmat sun to Celeste, transmat moon to Celeste, transmat dome to FE, like all these things that were renamed. But here's the fun part. This doesn't show the variables. And if you go into the coding the variables, and as Toon pointed out later, one of the biggest variables it shows is that the distance to the sun is 93 million miles away. Use globe math. It also takes into the 23.45 degree tilt of the Earth, and also assumes spherical geometry math in decoding. God, almost like it's a fucking globe, right? But hold on, let's go a little bit more here. So I wanted, that's what I want. So these are their assumptions. Now, there's some odd assumptions here, but hey, this is supposed to be their model. Who am I to judge? Well, remaining true to the flat Earth script, what is Kevin actually presenting? You watch during the things, he's presenting embedded YouTube videos in slides because that's what flirts do. And then shortly after this, everything started coming off the rails. But let's entertain this Cope Fest just for a little bit. Let's go ahead and put this presentation in the spotlight for a few minutes and with a few captured screenshots. This way, he can't whine about censorship. So let's start with this. We don't expect the sun to behave as a solid object. We don't assume the dynamic mechanism, magnetism with a question mark. We don't assume the position of the actual sun could be more suns, parabolic, reflecting, or magnetism playing a role. We don't assume could be, we don't assume might be, question mark. Yeah, that sounds like a rather comical way to do this. But let's talk about their hypothesis for a moment. So after their assumptions, we get to the hypothesis. Our vision isn't Euclidic, but visually curved, so lights in the sky don't rise or set via Earth curve. Now, I wish we could say that this is novel, right? We wish that this would actually be something new, something that hasn't been debunked, oh, I don't know, about 1.5 million fucking times to this point. They've been spouting this stupid shit for over a year. And the funny thing is they reverse engineered it and found a specific wavelength at 666 nanometers, because that's their favorite number to say the devil's hiding shit. And NASA's the devil, and this is who we get the information from. They, the global conspiracy company, said that this one wavelength matches Earth's radius specifically. Now, besides the fact, the point of the matter is that the math is wrong and everything else is wrong, but let's go ahead and go back to that. So let's go to his first slide. So right about now, Kevin's starting to go into debate mode because the Flurf script can't make any claims, cannot bring a model, cannot bring anything that can be tested or proven false. Listen to Oakley. If you watched Matt's channel earlier today, Oakley flambéed Angels of Weiss for assuming that there was an outer wall or that there might be lands outside the wall when he's never been there. Make no claims. That is rule 1 of flurfdom. Rule 2 is always talk about flurfdom, but refer back to rule 1 of make no claims. So, does everyone remember this paper? I mean, look, Kevin, listen, champ, all right? This paper doesn't say that the horizon looks curved because as mythal vision bends reality. Because you didn't read it. You're taking from these colored highlights something that was given to you by the Ether cosplayers. What it really says, and I'm going to paraphrase here, is that your brain sucks. And not just yours, human brains sucks at judging distances in the far field, or basically perceptual space warps, not physical space. All right. So we have this wonderful document. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up, and we're going to talk a little bit about it real quick, because I know that Tune has talked about, you can actually see the title right there. You can actually see the authors right there. You can look this up for yourself, but I'm going to go over some highlights kind of rather quickly because it's been touched on before, it's been debunked a million times, but let's just give it what it deserves here because it needs a spotlight. Kevin was whining about censorship. Let's give him that spotlight. Let's present it for him. So, right from page 1, the authors say that they are studying the geometry of the visual field, not the external world. So, if you cite this as evidence that Earth is flat, congratulations. You're arguing that the horizon lives in your head. And this experiment also proves that what it does is it proves that people misjudge angles at distance. The data shows, we go all the way down to like page 4 or 5 or 6, somewhere in there. Oh, here we go. So the data shows a systemic pointing errors, huge ones, because human depth causes collapse at long range. So observers are literally spinning around in a field, and this isn't even how close they were. This right here is a mock-up of a close in for a picture purpose is all it is. Observers are literally spinning around the field trying to aim a stick using the remote control. See this little arrow over here in the middle? Let's see. Okay, they're pointing this arrow using this to point it at this ball while they're way far away. Now, shockingly, they were off by a lot. And so that's not Earth is flat, that's your eyeballs aren't laser rangefinders. And the funny thing is when they measured the angles, they used theodolites. So now theodolites are a valid instrument? Huh. What rule of Flurf is that again? So here's what they were actually doing. You have the observer here at V. You have the arrow over here at P, and they're trying to point the arrow at T, which is the target. Not real difficult. And it's an interesting experiment. So the results show that near space looks inflated and far space looks deflated. Translation: your brain compresses long distances. This matches every known visual illusion ever. Now, the flat Earth translation attempt is reality bends to my wishes. Game over. Checkmate, Globers. Now, the interesting thing is, here's where we talk about the different subjects and the different inflations and deflations of the different spaces. Notice the numbers are kind of all over the place. Somebody has an inflated view, someone has a deflated view. Somebody's closer, someone's not. Someone's further. All these matter as part of this experiment. But how do all those variables work on your personal dome of vision? Because it has to be static to prove that it's perceived curvature. I wear glasses sometimes because at far away, things start getting a little fuzzy. Byproduct of getting old, can't do much about it. Someone like Max, who wears Coke bottle glasses, as he calls them, and is practically blind without them. Yet he and I would have to have the exact same dome of vision that correlates exactly to all wavelengths of the visual spectrum to show that curvature is at the exact same rate. I call bullshit. So, we have a 5-minute response to Shiva's summit. Okay, we'll come back to that. It's rather comical. So, they call the 3D rendering a formal embedding, not physical space. And they even warn users not to confuse their model with real geometry. This is from the authors. So using this to claim Earth curvature is just perception is like claiming the taste of Skittles proves rainbows aren't real. It's the paper actually reinforces why flat Earth eyeballing the horizon is garbage, pseudoscience, bullshit. The whole point of the study is humans are bad at visually assessing long distances and angles. Flat earthers think, therefore, I trust my vision completely to debunk atmospheric optics, geodesy, and centuries of navigation. This paper doesn't say Earth is flat. It says your brain mangles geometry at long distance, which is why measuring curvature requires instruments, not vibes, not feelings, not unaided eyesight. If flat earthers want to use Konderink at all, this entire paper, they're literally citing a study proving their entire method of I can see it, so it must be flat, is scientifically worthless. But this is only part of it. Let's go ahead and look at the next couple slides during this meltdown. If this mathematical model is able to predict that observation, then you have evidence that the Earth is flat or the Earth is round. Not logically true. Your prediction is actually instead a postdiction. A mathematical expression describing the motion of the sun proves nothing about the shape of the Earth. Wow. Well, that's a line of cocaine to be snorted up by a flurf. This is an absolute clown show. Predictive astronomy is not post-diction. Every sunrise, sunset time, every solar azimuth, every equinox, solstice forecast, all computed years in advance with the same math as used in the panel. And there's other models that are even more accurate to 0.0003 degrees. Post-diction is after the fact. Sun calculators are future prediction engines. But wait, they'll say. They're saying, basically, someone went to every possible latitude and longitude around the entire globe to note when and where the sun was for every daylight hour and every calendar day to create a calendar to post hoc a sun calculator and make the math work. Or the Earth is a globe and we use spherical trig. Occam's razor applies in this stupidity, and actually it doesn't, because there's not a viable second option in this. If you can predict sun's location tomorrow, next week, next century, it's called a working model. Flat Earth can't produce any prediction without stealing Loeb math. So let's go to the next slide. Now this is my personal favorite. Oh, yeah, this one's my favorite. There's another close second one coming up. She throws out only one model adjusted for one or several phenomenon. That's not a definitive falsification process for other models. What other models? Can you present those other models? If you present those other models, we can test them and see what the error is and see what the error margin allows and see how well they predict. If two different models are true for the shape of the Earth, it's a debunked experiment, right? Or if one predicts it, like bring another model. That's what you were here to do. Longitude and latitude computing, the 1% measure, dark matter and energy, because that fucking matters fuck all for, where the sun's located. 95% of unknown matter, electric universe, blah, fucking blah, fucking blah. This is classic throw glitter at the fan and hope it looks like science. Ooh, look, pretty stars. Not a single item here is related to the shape of the Earth. He's mixing cosmology, particle physics, geodesy, and EM theory to distract from the fact he can't produce any predictions. I don't have a model, but therefore I'm going to shit all over your model because it's bullshit, in my opinion. Great. We do that to his model. We do that to his experiment, but there's a difference. We kind of brought receipts. We brought our model and showed why it didn't matter. So just a quick aside here. Longitude and latitude, 1% measured, like, dude, GPS has like centimeter accuracy into a certain point, or at least very sub-meter accuracy, depending on your receiver and things like that. The globe is measured, not theorized. Oh, this is one. Affirming the consequence. Look, we've all heard this one. I don't want to read this shit. Okay. But here's the thing I want to point out. I'm going to save everyone some time. This entire slide is irrelevant, misapplied, and logically worthless. Why? Well, because Kevin isn't debunking an argument he made. He's debunking a fictional argument that was invented to apply this fallacy. That's it. He's explaining a fallacy by using an example no one on the call actually used. It's like walking into a boxing match, punching a mannequin and saying, see, I win. But here's the truth of this. Nobody argued 24-hour sun. Therefore, Earth is a globe. No one argued that. That was never our reasoning. He's refuting an argument that doesn't exist. And now, had he given the example about the sun's position, we might be able to address this better. Had he said, if the sun shows up at this point, if you can use a predictor to do this and say that's a globe, you're affirming the consequence because you're not taking any other model. Great. Now's your chance to present a model. Now we can address it. You're using something else, whatever, affirming the consequence or false correlation fallacy. Okay. How does this apply to a sun calculator? Now, the 24-hour sun is a globe prediction, but it's geometry. It's measurable, it's reproducible, but they are still so butthurt from the final experiment that their default argument, no matter what it is this. Like Matt talked about today on his, we talked to Vika, Vlad, and the fucking clown posse over there were dismissing this entire thing by not understanding it, shitting on it, and calling it invalid, and that's all work of shills and stuff like that, because they knew if you did an experiment, what would happen. And if they didn't know, they should have stepped right the fuck up and said, I'm willing to put my name on it, let's do it. But had they done it and been proved wrong, what would have happened? You're a shill, you're paid for, you're getting a new house. What the fuck ever. Affirming the, but here's the best part, okay? Affirming the consequent is only relevant if both sides have a model, a prediction, and a causal change. There's a problem here. There's no consequences to affirm. There's no prediction to reverse engineer. In other words, just because we have a model and they don't, they're saying affirming the consequent as opposed to where's your other model? Show me how I'm affirming the consequent if this can apply to another model. Show me where this matters. Because if you can't do that, if you can't show how it's affirming the consequent, you are literally word salading, deflecting, and basically pulling shit out of your ass, throwing it against the wall and hope it sticks. And to most of the flat earthers out there, it does. They hear fallacy or a list of fallacies, and they think it's science or that they're debunking science. But here's the thing, and I hate to harp on this, but we presented the model. You could present a model that says we can do the same thing. So if yours can do the same thing with a different model, flat, hot dog shaped, banana shaped, donut shaped, fucking anything shaped but the globe, and you can show that, Now, if I stand up and said that, and I review your methodology and I review your math, I review how you come across, excuse me, with that prediction, and it's true, and we can reproduce it, and it's valid for all over the globe. Not like we have to go check everywhere, but if we spot check, say, 12 to 20 locations, random locations, and both models can actually predict that, then yes. If I were to stand up and say my model's the only one that predicts the globe, yes, I'm affirming the consequence. But you don't have a model to test. You don't have a model to sit there and do anything. You don't have anything but this stupid garbage to deflect from the fact that you have nothing to present. So now we're going to go to the next one. Now, this is my close second favorite. I love this one. The FE's favorite buzzer claim everything is unknowable. We don't know what the sun is made of, like that matters. We don't know where it is. We don't know how far it is. We don't know if it's made of cheese. We don't know if there's multiple suns. We don't know if there's a dome. We don't know what the medium is between us and the sun. And if you say it's 93 million miles away, you don't know what the medium is between the two. It could be ether. It could be nacho cheese. It could be whatever, and you can't use that. Basic claim, everything is unknowable, right? Make no claims. You don't get to cry unknowable when every unknown is measured, accounted for, or irrelevant to the test. It's projection. The only one who has unknowns is the FE. And specifically when I did my test, which they didn't address, is all my sources for my assumptions were all terrestrial based. No NASA, no satellites, no spacecraft. All of them were terrestrial based. So how do you account for all those? What model dismisses all those and accounts for everything else? Then he goes on to list my favorite part. All of science's historical measurements of the distance to the sun from Copernicus to Kepler to Newton, as if changes in the values means all of science is wrong all the time. Not that, I don't know, maybe it improved as processes and technologies improved. The crumpled paper margins is my favorite. Actually, I believe those are supposed to be marble. Irrelevant, misapplied, and logically worthless. That's flat Earth in a nutshell. Where are we at? We're on the next slide. Oh, here we go. Okay. This slide is another irrelevant. Just there's no reason for this slide. This is Kevin saying science has been correct for centuries, and I'm mad about it. This is what this slide is saying. Also, curved space doesn't curved visual space doesn't prefer the flat Earth model because, as we saw, the Konderink paper says the opposite, that perception is unreliable, distortion varies with distance, it is not physical curvature, and it does not test real geometry. So you can throw those all out. And here's the thing, flat Earth has been around for what, 200 years? 250 years? In that time, you have presented nothing. You have presented, we see too far, some world record photography. Great. Let's talk about that for one quick second. Why is it a world record? Why do we give a shit? Why are there prizes, and why is it like so novel of an idea to shoot such a far picture? Here's an idea, because it doesn't happen very often. Why doesn't it happen very often if the Earth is flat? You make it sound like one picture at one time under specific conditions that you don't reference means that the world is flat and you can do it every other day. Great. Where's every other day? Show me. This is, I mean, they keep going back to the paper that shows how humans misperceive to justify their misperception of cosmology. That's basically what that is. Here we go. Ah. This part. Post-diction. All right, look. This is just more coping. It's just kinematics presented in post-diction. Great. Show us the kinematics. Don't tell us there's kinematics. Show us. Show us the equations. Show us the model. Show us how it's the same for any other model besides a globe. That's kinematics. You don't have to explain why. I'm not telling you, I'm not asking how is the sun hanging there in the sky without a string and following that weird fucking spiral up and spiral down or whatever it is you guys believe, because it's not all the same. Show me the kinematics. Don't just say kinematics or kinematies or dynamies. Show it to me. Show the equation where it's the same. Here's the fact. We produced azimuths, elevations, timestamps, error margins, which Kevin still has PTSD about, but we'll come to that in a minute. Reproductive results and instructions for anyone to verify that will be given to everybody. No hiding, no paywall, no anything else. I'm going to literally put it on a Google Drive and send it out to everybody. The only reason I haven't done it since is because, well, I've been busy. The Flat Earth produced a slide listing post-diction. Great. Thanks. And I really wanted to give his, I wanted to kind of give him his spotlight here. I want to give him his chance to prove shit, right? After all, why not? So this one's a little interesting. And I've seen this before, but if you haven't, it's a little interesting. Of course, chord formulas work for circles and spheres because a great circle is a circle. It proves nothing either way. We agree on that. But a circle versus sphere diagram is not a model. It's middle school geometry. We all know this. Where is your input and output? Great. A chord is the same thing. What the fuck? Okay, great. Are you saying that the radius to the ice wall is the same as the radius of the Earth? Because that's what you're implying here. Well, that would be interesting. Now, wouldn't that mean that the Earth is a hell of a lot smaller all of a sudden? God, it's almost like no flat model fits everything the right way. So if they have the same formula, where is the prediction? Oh, wait, right. Nothing to see here. Move along, right? Another deflection. And then we bring up the wonderful thing about where are our top people? Because Shiva and Dave had this conversation back in fucking March, February, April, wherever it was. And they said, you know, bring your best people. Well, as we all know, Dave can't follow directions. He was emailing the wrong place or whatever. Either way, it didn't get going. But then it got going. And when it got going, Shiva learned about the 12 tribes of Flurf, where there's different Flurf daddies in different branches. And all the branches don't always agree. In fact, some of them never agree, but that's beside the point. So he wanted to get everyone involved from as many of these different tribes and as possible so we can get to the bottom of this. Let's not do this for all different 12 tribes. Let's do this once. So Dr. Shiva put people who wanted to attend into two groups. Group one, sincere and courageous ones who want to apply the scientific method to reveal Earth's geometry and wish to work collaboratively to serve and educate the public. Group two, bombastic, pusillanimous, deceptive grifters who fear the scientific method, who know little to no math or physics and get nasty speaking in circles when critiqued. So in other words, if you're in group one, you're invited. But if you act like an asshole, well, here's your prize. But here's also the rub. Prominent flat earthers were invited. None showed. Mark Sargent, Nathan Oakley, Nathan Thompson, Flat Earth Dave, Eric Dubay, All of them were tagged and sent messages on social media and email sent where they could find the emails. So let's go back here to this. And to be honest, Shiva kind of put it best. He put it best right about here.
Hey, please mute
And
him.
you
This
write
is just talking
math-
nonsense. Yeah, you're a fucking bullshit. Total bullshit. You were supposed to come here with a mathematical model. We were originally supposed to do it on live. Then we gave you guys 7 days to use whoever you wanted. You cannot produce a mathematical model because you don't know how to do math. You don't know how to do science. You do know how to talk a bunch of bullshit and put a bunch of fucking PowerPoints together. And that's what you're doing. And that's what you guys are doing. And you're taking advantage of people. That's bullshit. You lose. Is there anything else to discuss? I don't have anything else to discuss. You guys fucking lost.
Well, and there's the childish back and forth when he's on mute and stuff like that too. So de-evolution right before your eyes. To be honest, that's a chef's kiss. Couldn't have put it better myself. Bullshit. So that was the sun experiment. And we're going to go a little bit into the ILS experiment. They kind of showed this. If you watched the presentation, great. What we're going to do is we're going to come back. We're going to go into this just a little bit. So the next experiment was the Flat Earthers ILS disaster. Okay, depending on when you want to start the counter, because someone asked this recently in my comments, Flat Earth had a minimum of 6 weeks to 6 months to present an experiment. And this is what they came up with, using ILS, which is Instrument Landing Systems, to prove Earth curvature by measuring aircraft altitude and distance from the airport. So you're measuring your altitude, you're measuring your distance from the airport on the hypotenuse on your glide slope, and you apply that to find your ground distance. Here's the problem, and it's been covered by someone who was a pilot on the call, and we even corrected them. ILS is a guidance system. It's not a precision measurement tool. It doesn't tell you your absolute position. It tells you if you're above or below the beam. The diamond on the display is just showing equal signal strength between two lobes. You could be anywhere within that beam and get the same reading. Plus, and this is the absolute beautiful part, the one thing we didn't really talk about, but I briefly mentioned in the call itself, was we accounted for when Toon presented his things here. Hold on a second. Let me. Come on, Toon. Where's your? Oh, here we go. So we accounted for the transmitter height. We accounted for the DME error margin. We accounted for the K value for refraction. With those three variables, we already had a margin of error that was far and exceeded what they were trying to measure. Here's the thing. Most of those planes that he was identifying in his presentation, the ones that were IFR or we could use VFR because it's cheaper somehow or another. I still don't know how that works. But if you use the IFR plane and you measure this and everything else, the margin of error is going to be in this. But most of those airplanes use a pressure altimeter. Now, a pressure altimeter could be anywhere from 75 to 135 feet difference. I've also aligned antennas. The antenna alignment, the shims that you use is 0.5 degrees difference. So it's plus or minus, like 2.5, like a quarter of a degree. And at the high end of that, at half a degree, at 20 nautical miles, you're talking about a range of positional uncertainty of 1,800 feet, or roughly a third of a nautical mile. That's not included in this. Neither is the altimeter. Neither is, well, we did have the DME in there. The refraction value could change. You can have more refraction. Using ILS to measure Earth curvature is like using a yardstick to measure the distance to the moon. It's the wrong tool. Used by the people who don't understand the tool. Now, the part that kills me about the ILS choice is I literally, on the first call, handed them a better alternative. Just on a silver platter. The UHF radio propagation from the lighthouse positions. Clean signal, measurable interference patterns, basic trigonometry and geometry, equipment that could actually acquire from Amazon. All they had to do was show up with a handheld radio and an antenna on a boat and predict where the signal drops below the horizon, or in their case, where the signal ends. Whether it's the inverse square law, whether it's free space loss, whatever fucking equation you want to use, you have to provide it. So when that signal drops, that's it. You should not get it past anything else, right? And if it does, then you have to provide an equation for that. You have to provide an error margin for that. Error margin, Kevin, error margin. I know PTSD is a bitch. I get it, but just follow me. Instead, we're using an instrument landing system that they fundamentally do not understand. To measure something it's not designed to measure with error bars larger than the effect we're looking for. Makes perfect sense. An interesting thing about this was, because Dr. Shiva, to his credit, kept asking basic questions. Where's your mathematical model? I think I counted 15 times on the ILS alone. I lost count because he kept saying it so many different times on the sun model. To be honest, I started tuning it out. What are your variables? They had none. They had a single error margin of practically zero. What are your error margins? Nothing, practically zero. How do you account for atmospheric refraction? They don't. Kevin's answers ran a gamut, but let's get the highlights here. I don't have the exact numbers. Margin of error is zero. I'm not prepared to discuss that. Stone will have to answer that. And holding up cards with handwritten signs after he's muted. Oh, and if you still wondered, yes, I'm still waiting to frame these particular ones. Because the basic question I want to ask is, if it's not your experiment, if you cannot defend your hypothesis, because that's what you do in science, then why did you not come with your own experiment? Now, the absolute, one of the highest points of this was when he dropped this little line here.
You're
You're
not
the
wanting
Yes.
more results to be done.
You're the bamboozler.
And
Everyone knows
we have-
that. Everyone watching
we
this.
have that cone
you're
of the radius to the
Where's
tune
your-
of 0.12 degrees.
Okay.
And there's lots of models
You know,
which are
we actually
kinematically equivalent. We have kinematically equivalent models, but this is not what we are talking about. We have
You don't
so
even know
many
what you're
variables in the sun.
you don't even know.
We
what
have so many variables in the sun that you don't look at.
You-
The gravity is off. The medium. You want to do an experiment with the sun, which you cannot touch. Which
No, here's the bottom line. To everyone listening, we actually have a woman who actually flies an airplane. She just joined us. Okay. And Kevin, you've never, I don't think, have you flown an airplane overseas and have you done this measurement? I don't think you have. So,
He's muted.
yeah. Have you done this experiment yourself?
we took the camera from the pilots. That's completely enough.
Again, never
Stone
get an answer out of
flight,
yourself.
the flight simulators,
Have you done the experiment
since they are
yourself?
on,
No.
flight simulators are very, very good. Talk
Have
with
you done
Stone
the
about.
Sorry, I was talking to Liv because we were looking at ordering dinner. So yeah, flight simulators are very good. That was his thing that he came up with. And that was me providing keen insight that he was muted while I was muted. So there's a little inception for you because of, well, it's one of my streams. What do you expect? So here's a fun thing. You just said flight simulators are very good. Great. Kevin, what's the error margin on the flight simulator? Did you find that out? And here's the thing I want to bring up because they talk about the DME having so much more actual that it was a typo of the part that I read and that I cherry picked because these other things show all these other things over 30 years that it's increased. And he brought up microwave landing systems. Okay, microwave landing systems were not actually put into the US or the North America because the added benefit of the accuracy was not necessary for the cost. Here's the other thing. The ILS DME thing, there's this thing that we have specifically within telecommunications where we have these things called standards. Things generally work better than standards, but the 0.6 nautical miles, which maybe Kevin doesn't understand this, that would mean plus or minus 0.3 nautical miles. That's the standard. That's what everyone's held against. Everyone in their possibility could possibly get better than that, but that's going to be based on whether it's ILS 1, ILS 2, ILS 3. It's going to be depending on the handshake between the aircraft and the landing system. It's going to depend on the airport. It's going to depend on all these other variables, all with a margin of error, each one that compounds over and over and over again. Like Toon said, he should have suggested the fishing line experiment. He knows that one back to front and was simpler than getting on an airplane. Absolutely. If he knows that one, you can defend it. He's trying to invoke the central limit theorem accidentally and showed no evidence that it would be useful because he doesn't know what it is. That's why. Microwaves can fly. Mine must be a cheap knockoff. Yes, Big Fish, it is. Roger and Janice yesterday said that underwater explorer Mike, what's that, Dubry, was killed for finding the firmament at the bottom of the ocean. Sure. Okay. How come Bob Ballard hasn't found it? He spent a lot of time at the bottom of the ocean. Except it was underwater lakes. Okay, now underwater lakes are really cool. Those are called brine pools. If you want to look into them, they're really, really cool. They're ultra dense. They're high salination pools at the bottom of the ocean. So it's you're underwater and it looks like another lake is sitting right in front of you. Very cool phenomenon. Not the fucking firmament. So after this portion, well, let's call it what it is. After this dumpster fire, Dr. Shiva and Kevin kept going back and forth. He got muted and the call went to Q&A. And at one point, someone on the call asked Kevin a direct question, and he responded by complaining that they were attacking him, complaining that he works and that he only had 3 days, and that he he has kids or whatever. Hey, newsflash, bud. I have a career that requires anywhere from 8 to 16 hours a day. I used my week to do that. Oh, by the way, I'm also a single dad with a teenager. I'm also a single dad with a teenager who has after-school activities. I also have a lot of other shit going on that I'm ignoring to do this stupid shit because it was a priority to me for some unknown stupid reason, because Matt asked me a valid question today. Why the fuck did I do this? I don't really have an answer. Because it's fun because hopefully I'll get monetized somewhere along the line. Hopefully people enjoy what I have to say. Hopefully one person finds one of my videos, looks at it and says, well, shit, that's dumb. He's right. Then it's all worth it. This is fun. This is a hobby. It's something I enjoy. Video editing, not so much, but I enjoy it. I love seeing the limits that humans will go to deny reality, deny science, and basically just give a fuck all about learning about random things in their world. That to me is interesting. Like the heart conspiracies to me are so goddamn dumb that it's hard for me to do that video because it's like, I can't believe I have to explain this. It is absolutely the bottom of the barrel. If you believe in flat earth, you believe in everything else. But here's the thing, Kevin, answering questions is not an attack. It's called science. You have to defend your hypothesis. If you don't understand your hypothesis, don't present it. So when Kevin couldn't provide any prediction, then we started going to mass deflection. Dave Weiss chickened out. We were forced not to participate. People were silenced. People were not invited. Stone has the real numbers, but you dissuaded him, probably because he fell under group 2. But that's the playbook, right? When you can't defend your hypothesis, if you can't make a prediction, you blame someone else. You claim you're being oppressed while you're on the internet. You move the goalpost and never, ever, ever admit you're wrong or make a positive claim. So this is the exact mentality that Carl Sagan warned about. And it's spreading because our education system has failed to teach people basic critical thinking, or not just the education system, but people and parents and people in general who are trying to learn this don't take the time to actually learn this. The double standards of evidence are paramount. Why was I on this? Specifically to show that flat earth had nothing. They had an open call to present any possible experiment they wanted, using a scientific method, applying rigorous scientific standards, and brought bullshit. If TFE was a joke if flat earth was a joke after TFE, now it's a punchline. Because they've been complaining that we didn't pick the experiments. They just went and observed this sun in the sky, and that's the only thing they were told to do. No, you could have brought experiments. And Vlad, to his credit, and this is the only time I'm going to say this, has actually said Globers were prepared, flat earthers weren't. Great. Thanks, Vlad. Thanks for noticing that. You had anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months to be prepared for this. And what did you guys bring? Nothing. Because you don't understand science, you don't understand scientific method, therefore you don't understand the rigors. And then you had to try to piecemeal, hock it together, and turn into a script of saying, Dan's wrong, he's cherry picking, it's confirming the consequence, it's this fallacy, it's for what you had to run a script because you had nothing to present. These clowns couldn't even clear the lowest possible bar of presenting one equation. Not even a correct equation, just any equation. Think about that. They could have presented any equation. It could have been wrong. They could have presented anything. Their default was debate mode and attack the things like margin of error, the person who brought up the experiment, what the experiment is, and everything else. Or do like Toon and I did, where we show you where the margin of errors are, that we understand it, and we can show documentation on that shows how this is not a valid test. Why couldn't you do that with the sun calculator? So they failed badly and publicly. That's why I'm here. But just when you thought that was the end of it, you'd be wrong. Because Kevin went on meltdown mode. Hopefully you guys can read this. If not, I'll zoom in a little bit. I'm just going to read parts of this. You guys can read it on the screen. But this is the best part. Because after the absolute humiliation that happened on the call, Kevin doubled down and came back for more. So after being unable to provide a single equation, present anything of value, after holding up hand-drawn cards like a toddler, Kevin went to Dr. Shiva's YouTube comments just the other day to defend himself. Now, let me read the actual comment that Kevin posted. Different parts of it's here. So, and trust me, I can't make this up. You're seeing it for yourself. If your ego as PhD can't take the information from me that math doesn't prove anything, take it from someone with math and physics degrees, Glenn, YouTube channel Vortex Puppy. Mathematics is based on definitions and axioms. A mathematician cannot prove the truth of his axiom, nor can he prove anything unless he takes them for granted. However, definitions are neither true nor false per se. They are simply definitions. Therefore, mathematics cannot be proof of anything. Since we're talking about mathematics, can you explain what a mathematical proof is? Oh, wait, that would be a proof, right? 2 + 2 = 4. The Pythagorean theorem is a proof, right? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Kevin has just argued that mathematics itself cannot prove a damn thing. He has doubled down on his personal incredulity, and instead of saying, geez, maybe I should learn some math and see what I can figure out, he just goes and says, math fake. So his whole defense is math doesn't work. And who's Kevin's source for this hot take? A YouTuber named Vortex Puppy, who allegedly has math and physics degrees. Is he a published mathematician? Is he a physics professor, a mathematics professor? What has he applied any of his degrees in anything? But like everything else that Kevin produced, it's a YouTube channel or a YouTube video. Every one of his slides was an embedded YouTube video. Yes, mathematics is based on axioms. That's true. Now, I actually have a cousin who is a professor at a university in Southern California. We had a conversation about this. But those axioms create self-consistent systems that make testable predictions about reality. When those predictions match observations, which they do with glaring accuracy, that's called vindication. And by the way, you know what uses mathematics? Besides your computer, your phone, and God knows what else. The ILS system that you wanted to use for your experiment also requires electromagnetic field equations. So math doesn't prove anything. So therefore, your experiment was false. Inconclusive to start. Dead on arrival. Now, the favorite part about Kevin's comment is this part. It says, we need definitive dynamic differences in order to fulfill the scientific method. Your test wasn't offering that, whereas our plain test is decisive and something definitely knowable, touchable, is able to be measured. I showed a result for flat. Kevin, you didn't show anything. You had an inconclusive experiment with error margins larger than the Titanic. This was explained multiple times. You just didn't follow through. But you're claiming to show a result for flat because that's what you wanted to see. That's called confirmation bias. You started with the conclusion and worked backwards. And then Kevin ends with the gem of you continuing a meaningless mathematical journey doesn't change that. A meaningless mathematical journey. Kevin, you should probably go on a meaningful mathematical journey. He's calling the application of the scientific method to these two particular, including his experiments, as a meaningless mathematical journey because his experiment was all math. The scientific method gave us everything that we have now: antibiotics, flight, computers, telecommunications, space exploration. Every piece of modern technology we use every day is a meaningless mathematical journey. This is the flat earth in a nutshell. When reality contradicts your beliefs, reject reality. When math contradicts your beliefs, reject math. When science contradicts your beliefs, reject science. When experts correct you, reject expertise. And then claim you're the free thinker while everyone else is sheep. Ironic. This is what Carl Sagan warned us about. This is the celebration of ignorance. This is what I covered in the Kuhn video regarding the scientific revolutions. This is what it's come down to. They were given a fair shot and face planted like it was an Olympic sport, winning the gold medal. This is the state of flat Earth at the end of 2025. So now that flat Earth is buried where it belongs in the garbage heap, let's move on to a couple other things because, to be honest, flat Earth is boring as fuck right now because there's nothing left to test. Because they have nothing. They won't make anything. So what do we have up next? Well, next we have a conspiracy theorist who thinks planes can be teleported by plasma orbs. Spoiler alert, they can't. If the flat Earth segment made you think, well, at least it can't get any dumber than that. Well, I have catastrophic news for you. It can't. Our next segment features let me pull this across. Our next segment features Ashton Forbes, the guy who thinks Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 was teleported by plasma orbs, having a conversation with philosopher Jason Jorjani. Now, I've covered Jason Jorjani before, so you might remember this particular asshat from, well, this particular clip.
The conclusion that emerges is that the moon was constructed by these survivors of some kind of apocalypse on Mars, and it probably had at least two functions initially. One was to transport a shit ton of people over here.
The moon?
And the other one was to act as a terraforming device.
The moon was a terraforming device and an Uber for all of the people who survived a thermonuclear war on Mars. And all those little anomalies, what are they called? Mascons on the moon are the ships, the Ubers that went from the moon to the surface of the Earth to colonize it. That's where all those 0 point energy is. And that's where all they are is hidden. That's why all the asteroids are completely round and they're under the surface, buried like moles. And, geez, I can't even say so. A straight face. This is how ridiculous it is. You know you are at peak derpage when you are claiming something like plasma orbs and teleportation with no evidence claiming that unclassified military documents prove your effect without doing any math, any engineering, or anything else that we considered science, to have this guy on of Jason Jorjani. So these two idiots, those two right there, spent 2 hours discussing a variety of topics, including topics like, hold on, wait, I wrote this down. Let's see, how Nazis invented nuclear weapons, gave them to America. 9/11 was an inside job by incorporated Nazi elements. Nuclear explosions can tear the fabric of space-time. We're living in a simulation, and the only way forward for America is a literal coup d'etat. I'm not joking. This is a real conversation that happened. But I'm not going to play this shit because it's stupid. I'm going to run through the parts that I listen to, and you guys can check for yourself, because I know you will. If you really want to know, you will. So let me walk you through the greatest hits of pseudoscience, conspiracy theories, and calls for political violence, all wrapped up in a 2-hour podcast about aneutronic fusion. Look that up when you have a minute. So aneutronic fusion are magic words. Hubris Valley Ranch, get it out for word salad time. It's unlike neutronic fusion, which is another thing he made up another video to describe nuclear fusion, which, you know, neutrons are bombarded, and he's conflating two different terms. Aneutronic fusion is actually a real thing. It's fusion reactions that produce minimal neutrons, making them cleaner than traditional fusion. Companies like Helion and TAE Technologies are actually researching this now. It's legitimate science. That's the last legitimate science you're going to hear Ashton say. So what does Ashton do with this real concept? Well, he turns it into a magic spell that explains everything from UFOs, MH370 disappearing, time travel, and the entire UFO phenomenon. Because American has fusion weapons, don't you know? Ashton has taken one real physics concept, decided it's the answer to every mystery in existence. That is like the yeast that makes bread rise, and deciding the yeast must be responsible for earthquakes, UFOs, in your car not starting in the morning when it's cold. Now, his little sycophant on this thing, right, is Jason Jorjani, a philosopher with 0 physics credentials, 0 security clearance, who spends 2 hours encouraging this delusion while adding his own Nazi conspiracy theories on top. So Jorjani takes over, and things go completely off the rails at one point. According to Jorjani, the Nazis invented nuclear weapons first, not America. The Manhattan Project was just America trying to figure out what the Germans already had. The Germans successfully tested nuclear weapons in 1944 on the Baltic coast. A German submarine brought uranium to America in 1945, which we used for Hiroshima. The Nazis had aneutronic fusion working by 1951 in Argentina under Juan Perón. And all this was covered up because reasons. Jesus Christ, there's so much to unpack here. I feel like I'm moving. This is like beyond asinine. So let's just hit this real quick for some real history. Nuclear fission was discovered by Germans in 1938. That's true. Fission. Okay. Germany's nuclear program under Heisenberg failed to create a working weapon. They were using heavy water. The Manhattan Project succeeded because we had better resources, more scientists, including refugees from Nazi Germany under Operation Paperclip, and weren't being bombed constantly, so we could actually do the work without losing a lab. We didn't steal Nazi uranium, we enriched our own, and post-war investigations found Germany was years, almost decades behind us in weapons development. However, they did have the V-2 rocket. That was a little advantageous. But Jorjani claims that there was a secret German nuclear program that succeeded. His evidence? The censor affidavit from a pilot who saw a mushroom cloud in 1944. Testimony from an Italian journalist about witnessing a test. Radiation traces in a German forest. Now, if there was a mushroom cloud, well, God, if there was a mushroom cloud, more than just two people would have saw it. If there was radiation traces, it would be more than just Germany forests. It would be all over the fucking place. None of this holds up to scrutiny at all. Multiple historians have investigated these claims. The tests were either conventional explosions, misidentified Allied bombing raids, or complete fabrications. But Jorjani presents this as fact, and Ashton just nods along because it fits his narrative that America has secret fusion technology since the 1950s. Because he needs America to have secret fusion technology since the 1950s. Otherwise, MH370 didn't teleport. Now, there's a fusion hoax in Argentina. That's, Ronald Richter and the Argentine fusion hoax is this is the smoking gun for Jorjani for Nazi fusion technology. He went to Argentina after World War II and claimed he could produce fusion power in 1-liter devices. And here's what actually happened. Richter convinced Juan Perón that he could make fusion reactors. Perón gave him millions of dollars and an island facility. In 1952, investigators examined his work and found nothing. It was declared a fraud. Richter was discredited. Should be end of story, right? No, wrong. Jorjani says Richter was right and everyone is lying. His evidence. Richter insisted until his death it isn't a fraud. I'm sold. Sign me up. So, well, if a discredited fraudster says he wasn't a fraud, then that settles it, right? Let everyone else out of jails. They said they didn't do it, let them out. That's the only evidence we need. Did you do it? Yes or no? No? All right, you're free to go. That's the standard of evidence we're at right now. This is like arguing that Elizabeth Holmes was right about Theranos because she still claims it works. And the fact that your technology doesn't work is usually a pretty good sign it doesn't work. Yeah. Here's where Ashton connects this to MH370. He talks about the Carlyle Group, has connections to the Bush family and defense contractors. Therefore, those engineers were killed because there's 20 engineers from the Carlyle Group. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Freescale Semiconductors had 20 engineers on MH370. Freescale was owned by the Carlyle Group. Carlyle Group had connections to the Bush family and defense contractors. Therefore, those engineers were killed because they knew about aneutronic fission. You follow those? Did you follow that? Did that make sense to you? No? Oh, okay, me either. Yes, Freescale employees were on the plane. Yes, Carlyle Group is an investor in Freescale. No, there's zero evidence they were killed intentionally. No, but wait, hold on. Were they killed or teleported? I digress. Freescale wasn't working on fusion or fission. They were semiconductors. Ashton probably thinks semiconductors means that they conduct electricity or some shit. Ashton is basically doing what every conspiracy always does, finds coincidental connections, asserting causation. Company A owns Company B, and employees on Company crash plane. Therefore, Company A killed them in plasma weapons to hide fusion technology. Therefore, it's all being hidden from you. And only he knows about it, because only he has done the research. Because the unclassified documents that he found tell him so, gave him the breadcrumbs. It's like 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, except it's instead of a fun game, it's defamatory accusations about mass murder with zero evidence. 9/11 truthism goes full Nazi. Here's the more part. Jorjani claims that 9/11 was carried out by a breakaway civilization of incorporated Nazi elements within the U.S. deep state. His reasoning: Nazis came to America via Operation Paperclip. They integrated into the intelligence community. By 2001, they'd be pretty old. They had enough power to attack the World Trade Center. They did this to declare independence from the U.S. government. Jesus Christ. That just gave me a migraine. There's a drinking game for you. All right. This is insanity. He's claiming that former Nazi scientists and their descendants, because it had to be the descendants, right? Secretly controlled enough of the U.S. government to orchestrate the murder of 3,000 Americans as some kind of declaration of independence using neutronic fusion technology they got from the original Nazis. Like, that's, if you start there, that's where you end up. Now, does Ashton maybe pump the brakes and say, hold up, let's talk about this? No, he doesn't. Wow, says Ashton, that makes so much sense. By the way, I downloaded the transcript just so I wouldn't have to play this fucking video. Because he's already committed to believing the U.S. government has secret fusion weapons, so why not add they are controlled by Nazis who did 9/11 to the pile to make his grift more accessible? Jorjani goes on to go into simulation theory and nuclear weapons about peak pseudoscience. I found this part a little bit entertaining. I'm not going to lie. But entertaining in a different way. It's kind of like it's like the guilty pleasure of Flurf on Flurf action. Like watching Oakley totally destroy Angels of Weiss. It's the train wreck we can't turn around for. It's the train wreck we tune in for. So this had me hooked. I was like, oh, this is perfect. I love this part. This is actually one of the reasons why I decided to cover it. Hold on for one moment here. Sorry, I was passing some information along to Olivia to go get our pizza for Flat Earth Sunday. So they go full on pseudoscience here. Jorjani introduces the work of Konrad Zuse, a German computer scientist who allegedly theorized in the 1940s that we've been living in a computational simulation. Why the fuck can't they find anything from this century? According to Jorjani, Zuse said that nuclear explosions could tear the fabric of the simulation and cause glitches in the matrix. Now, Zuse did pioneer work on computers. I actually had to go look this up. He did write about calculating space as a theoretical concept. But the idea that he predicted nuclear weapons would break reality That's Jorjani's interpretation, not Zeus's actually work. But Ashton eats this up like it's fucking dessert. Nuclear weapons manipulate space-time. MH370 was teleported using nuclear-powered wormholes. UFOs are just American fusion weapons punching holes in reality. We're all living in simulation that's breaking down. I mean, it's like, it's a cornucopia of just dessert treats for Ashton to sit at a table and just face plant into. This is what happens when you let a philosopher with no physics training interpret your computer science papers, especially from the 1940s. You get word salad that sounds profound but means nothing. So, I'm just checking in with people at the same time. So I'm trying to get caught up on this. I started getting caught up on this shit, and I have to like it's funny to me, so I keep going, and I need to literally write a post-it note that says, "Hey, dumbass, stop talking and look at chat." So I do apologize if I miss out on some of you guys. That is my entire problem, but not yours. But we're not done yet. Hold on. There's another important part that we need to cover here, and that is this. There's another important part that we need to cover here. No, I don't want to. I want to mute myself. Okay. So let's go back to this clown show. All right. Towards the end, let's say the last half hour, we get to the most dangerous part of the conversation. After 2 hours of Nazi conspiracies, pseudoscience about fusion and fission and simulation theory, Jorjani delivers his conclusion. And I quote, "There is no way forward but for somehow us to inspire a coup within the American deep state. That's ultimately the question, is whether there's a vision can emerge that's both inspiring enough and constructive enough to compel some of these people to carry out a coup d'etat." Let me repeat this. Jason Jorjani on Ashton Forbes' podcast is calling for a military coup in the United States. And his reasoning is that the only way to get control of the secret fusion technology that he has no evidence for is to overthrow the current power structure. Because disclosure won't happen legally, we need a coup. Let that sink in for half a second, because we're not done. Ashton's response is really well said. Really well said, Ashton? Seriously? The man just advocated for violent overthrow of the U.S., and you said really well said. Actually, considering how unhinged Ashton got when Professor Dave went after him, this makes total sense. It lines up. It tracks. This isn't just conspiracy theory nonsense anymore. This is what we call radicalization. Hold on a second. Give me one moment. So this is dangerous rhetoric, basically, it comes down to, and it could inspire actual violence. You know what? Hold on. I have to. All right, hold on a second. Here's what's going to happen. I have to take care of something very quickly. I'm going to put on Dougal Dog and his panel thing. for this so I can fix something. I'll be right back.
The doctor said I'll come up with a plan. The man didn't like it, so he got up and ran. Don't deal with demons is what he said. He trashed it all, tried to knock it on the head. But watch out now, it's still alive. The doctor's making waves and dodging all the lies. The flirts better duck out before it's too late. Caught in something that'll seal their fate. Along came Tune and looked it in the eye, said, come on Daniel, we can take it to the sky. We'll talk about the sun and a tall lighthouse. Before you know it, they'll be quiet as a mouse. We'd prefer to use a Cessna, they said with a cry. Fly on down a beam and spit in your eye. Never mind that the errors will abound and the plans from someone who's not around. We can talk a load of nonsense and make it by. No model, no clue, just pie in the sky. Got a week's grace to straighten out the plan. One went missing, never made it to the clan. Diagrams, PowerPoint, blind faith and charts. Forget the formulas and the other major parts. The doctor wasn't pleased and he made it clear. This isn't how things are done around here. Listen up boys, this ain't gonna fly. Close them all down in a wink of an eye. So went the run of a grand design and ended more ridiculous than sublime. Yeah, that was the end of their time to shine. Left muted and reduced to holding up a sign.
All right, my apologies for that break. For some reason, Uber Eats can never find my apartment, so it turned into a giant shit show. My apologies. Okay, so where were we today? Let's see. It smells my lighting's a little off, but I don't care anymore. So Jorjani's grand solution to all of this, okay, is we need new philosophical vision that combines Star Trek and Star Wars to inspire the deep state to give us fusion technology after the coup. And to address some of the questions here, how the fork do you combine space-time with simulation? Andreas, I wish I knew. I don't know. Serve us some word salad and I'll put some dressing on it. We'll call it done. Is that fair? Are any of these nutters getting paid by someone with interest in debasing your democracy? Not out of the question, Cope. Not out of the question at all. Yeah. And Andres, I saw your other question. So, yeah, same pretense. It's like, yeah. Why talk about atomic bombs for being part space-time if we're living in a simulation? This just shows you this shows you how fucking unhinged they really are. I mean, let's be honest, what it is, okay? So, I wish I was paraphrasing this, but that's actually what he proposed. A philosophy based on science fiction TV shows that will convince secret Nazi descended defense contractors to share their wormhole creating fusion bombs with the public. Wrap your head around that fucking mentality. This is what passes as high-level disclosure in Ashton's world. A philosopher with no science background advocating for violent revolution based on Nazi conspiracy theories to obtain technology that doesn't exist in the form that he describes. Oh, yeah, by the way, this is the same idiot who thinks that the Earth, or I'm sorry, that the moon is an Uber that brought over all the survivors from a thermonuclear war on Mars to colonize Earth. Oh, by the way, his thing on that was if you wanted to see that interview that I had up earlier regarding that point, that's from Danny Jones, who's had Jorjani on a couple times. This one specifically is called Nuclear War on Mars, Time Traveling Nazis and the Techno Apocalypse, if you want to go see it for yourself. It is 3.5 hours of your life you will never get back, but I guarantee you'll be laughing. Yeah, Steve, actually, you know what? Hold on. This, give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. When I first covered Jorjani and that stupid lunar Uber thing, I had something come up. I think it was with Michaela. Yes. I think we have a new merch design, people. Whoops, sorry. Let's do this. New merch design, courtesy of Jason Jorjani. Moon, the Mars refugee Death Star. There you go. This might hit the store soon. I don't know yet. I also had another one that came up, which is this one. Not as funny, to be honest, but I digress. Either way. So, let's transition this back across. Yes, evil producer, we're talking about Ashton Forbes. So the entire conversation is wrapped in technobabble. It's about magnetohydrodynamics, inertial confinement fusion, zero-point energy, and plasma non-fission triggers. All real terms, none of them used correctly. And let's not forget what started all this. Ashton's obsession with MH370, the debunked videos that he says is evidence, and all this other shit. You know, there are families who lost loved ones on that flight, real people who are still looking for answers about what happened to their relatives. And these two fucking clowns are turning their grief into content about Nazi fusion weapons and simulation theory. Yep. This is your pipeline. This is, you start with the government is hiding technology and you end with the need for armed revolution to take it back. And it's all wrapped in pseudo-scientific technobabble language that makes people feel smart for believing it. You understand aneutron fusion? You're one of the enlightened ones. Everyone else is asleep. They're all sheep. I don't have to tell you how dangerous this is. This is how you create domestic terrorists, and Ashton is either too stupid to realize it or doesn't care because it gets some views. Evil producer, I can give a shit less if he wants to do something about me. Because I'm just going to say 3 little words. Where's your evidence? Followed by 3 more words. Show me math. Make it work. Because you have to talk to him like a fucking toddler to get it into his head. So, all right. So we're at 2 stories now. We have 1 more to go. We've witnessed, let's see, mathematical illiteracy. That was fun. Nazi fusion conspiracies and calls for a violent revolution. But at least with those, right, were from people we'd expect to be wrong. But now let's talk about someone who's supposed to be a credible scientist. You would think that we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, but you'd be wrong. Because our final story tonight is about someone who should know better. Someone with actual credentials. Someone who went to actual schools and has an actual PhD and has done actual science. Over the last 6 months, including today, one name has been all over the headlines and news talk shows. I'm talking about none other than Dr. Avi Loeb, chair of astronomy at Harvard University, who has spent the last several years screaming aliens at literally every object that passes Earth from interstellar space. He's 3 for 3, by the way. And look, let's be clear. Avi Loeb is not stupid by any means. He's a Harvard professor. He's published hundreds of papers. He knows how science works, which makes what he's doing so much worse. Because Avi Loeb is a deliberate grifter who has figured out that selling aliens makes way more money than actual astronomy. And the best part is Professor Dave has dropped a 2-part series of an absolute masterclass in exposing his fraud. Hey, Astronomy Live, I got a new idea for you. Give up astronomy. Give up science. Write science fiction instead. Use your degree as your credentials. Just scream aliens all the time. And maybe scream aliens in a different way than Avi Loeb. And I guarantee you're going to get some money out of it. Just suspend that whole moral compass thing that you have. Now, I have to give credit where credit's due. Professor Dave is one of my favorite content creators, and he gives a master class in destroying grifters. My personal favorites were the 2 videos on Ashton Forbes, but a very close second is his absolute depantsing of Avi Loeb. And I highly recommend all 4 of those videos if you haven't seen them yet. And I don't want to plagiarize his content, but this subject became very relevant to me because a friend who I consider, intelligent and empathetic, but to a certain extent would remind me of the character Fox Mulder in Wanting to Believe, recently asked me about Avi Loeb and his credentials and his claims. So I had to give it to him the hard way. I had to basically tell him what I'm about to tell you, and let's take a closer look at Avi Loeb. Now,
Hey everyone, many of you saw my recent video.
Sorry, Dave, I don't want that. I wanted to go back to the search. There we go. And let's do this. And let's transition. So here are your 2 videos. Like I said, highly recommend them. Now, one of the things he goes about in each one of them is the Avi Loeb playbook. And it goes something like this. Step 1, find an interstellar object. Step 2, ignore all obvious explanations of its behavior. Step 3, claim it's aliens with 0 evidence. Step 4, write a book about it. Step 5, go on every media outlet that will have you. Step 6, have actual experts correct you. Claim they're closed-minded and gatekeeping. Step 7, profit. Taking notes? He's done this 3 times now. First, it was Oumuamua, he called an alien spacecraft because it was reflecting oddly. It was dimming and brightening at various times. And he jumped out of the gate even before we can get a good look at it and started saying solar sails and providing all sorts of fucking nonsense and it goes into that. But had he waited just a little bit longer, we start seeing that it was an elongated asteroid, turning about on 3 axes differently than what we're used to. He also had the 1M1 or IM1 bolide from 2023. He called recovered sphericals alien artifacts from the ocean floor. And then he had 3i 2024 Atlas, currently calling it potentially alien or must be alien, I think. Now, let's go through them in identical because, or let's go through each of these because the pattern's identical. And here's the thing. They literally go into, like, you cannot go on Google News, any search engine news without seeing Avi Loeb's picture, headline, opinion piece, or whatever. And you can't watch a single news or science program without his name being mentioned or him being on it. And he provides everything with zero evidence. Most recent one, because Atlas was on the other side of the sun from us, it sped up. And because it sped up, that was outside what they expected from gravitation, it used thrusters. That was his leap. Had nothing to do, and he also presented a mathematician's paper on this. Had nothing to do with maybe it lost mass. Maybe, just maybe, there's something else that could possibly do that. How about you pump the brakes for a minute and wait for the evidence to come in? But you can't do that. If you do that, then you have someone else might write the book before you. If they write the book before you, you lose out on sales. Can't be the last one in. So, round 1, the alien sailboat that wasn't Oumuamua. 2017, we detected our first interstellar object. In Oumuamua, it was interesting because it was highly reflective. It had different brightnesses at different times. It was an unusual shape, like a cigar. It accelerated slightly as it left the inner solar system, and it didn't have a visible comet or tail. Sounds alien to me. You buying it? No? Okay. So, astronomers looked at that and like, wow, this is interesting. It's our first interstellar, right, visitor. Maybe the same rules that apply to comets from our own solar system don't apply. Because small sample size, right? Right now we have a sample size of 1. How do we know? Astronomers looked at that and said, interesting. This is probably a comet made of nitrogen ice or water ice with high reflectivity. The acceleration is due to outgassing, ice sublimating and creating thrust. The unusual step is due to how it's tumbling. It's unusual shape, excuse me. Multiple papers were published explaining all of Oumuamua's behavior using standard comet physics. Problem solved. But no. Avi comes in and says, this is clearly an alien light sail sent to our solar system to observe us. Why? Because it accelerated unexpectedly, except it didn't. The acceleration was exactly what you'd expect from a cometary outgassing. Multiple teams confirm this. But Avi wrote a book called Extraterrestrial, where he said, and this is a direct quote from the book, Oumuamua must have been designed, built, and launched by an extraterrestrial intelligence. Must. Not might have been, not possibly could be, must. He lied about his dimensions in the book. Specifically the thickness. Oumuamua is over 100 meters thick. He ignored the papers explaining its behavior. He presented himself as the lone truth teller fighting against dogmatic scientists. Does this sound fucking familiar? And it worked. He sold a ton of books. You can find it at Hudson News at any airport. He became a media darling. His book made the New York Times bestsellers list, and the holy grail of conspirators everywhere, he got invited on Joe Rogan. Cha-ching! Cash that register. But that's just once. Surely he was proven wrong and couldn't do it again, right? No one's going to fall for it, right? No, you'll be wrong. In 2023, Avi claimed that a bolide meteor that entered Earth's atmosphere in 2014 was an interstellar object, possibly alien technology. He organized an expedition to Papua New Guinea to recover debris from the sea floor. Andreas, that's a wonderful question. How stupid are those aliens not to visit Earth but only sail past? They missed out on Disneyland. They missed out on going to Antarctica and seeing the 24-hour sun. They missed out on the hot dog eating contest on Coney Island in New York. And you missed out. Come on back. We'll show you a good time. Don't worry about it. So he found these sphericals. We're talking about tiny balls of melted rock and metal. And he immediately claimed that these were pieces of alien technology. Here's what actually happened. The bolide was not interstellar. Analysis of the trajectory showed it originated in the solar system. And the sphericals were not from the bolide. Isotope analysis showed that they've been sitting on the seafloor for thousands of years, not a decade. The composition were consistent with regular cosmic dust and Earth origin industrial contamination. Multiple teams analyzed the sphericals. Everyone reached the same fucking conclusion, independently of each other, that these are just bits of rock and metal that have nothing to do with the bolide Avi was looking for. Insert the, these are not the droids you were looking for, meme. Avi's response after being challenged? They're jealous of my success. Academia is closed-minded. I'm being persecuted for thinking outside the box. No, Avi, you're not. You're being corrected for lying, for falsifying data, for making up stories with zero evidence. That's not persecution. That's, let's call it what it is, peer review. Now comes Atlas, because he's already gone to the well twice. Surely the public wouldn't fall for it a third time. You'd be wrong. And all you have to do is be on the internet at any time over the last 6 months, and I guarantee you, if you follow any science stories whatsoever or web pages, there was an article with Avi Loeb's face and name on it. In fact, hold on a second. I got one today. I want to read you the headline. Because you can't make stupid shit up. Well, you can, but it's more fun when you don't, because whatever. Today, astrophysicists' latest 3-eye atlas theory, it's interested in Jupiter. Another story from this week was Harvard scientists suspicious about 3-eye atlas origin fires back at critics. Yeah, that sounds like the playbook to me. So 2024 Atlas gets assigned number 3. It's 3-eye Atlas, right? 3 interstellar, 2024, the year. Atlas was the, I believe that was the, that's how it was found. Like that was, what was it? The satellite or the system that found it. The object was discovered in July and immediately identified as a comet because, number 1, it has a visible coma. 2, it has visible tails, a dust tail and an ion tail. 3, it's outgassing like crazy. And 4, its spectroscopy shows water vapor, CO2, CN radicals, all standard comet stuff. 5, the trajectory is hyperbolic, coming from outside the solar system. And 6, it's behaving exactly like we expect an interstellar comet to behave, considering a Oumuamua. Every single astronomer who has looked at Atlas said, yep, that's a comet, cool, our third interstellar visitor, move on. Except Avi Loeb. Avi immediately started publishing papers and giving interviews saying Atlas might not be a comet. He focused on tiny anomalies in its behavior, anomalies that were easily explained by direct chemical composition, extended exposure to cosmic rays, different formation conditions. For example, one of the ones that he went up against, he said that they were, it wasn't a comet because it did not have a coma or a tail when it should have. Well, yeah, because it was moving fast as get out. Like it just robbed like an intergalactic bank. It's moving very fast through the solar system. So because it's moving fast, moving faster than our own comets, it didn't heat up as fast. It took longer for it to heat up. Therefore, it got closer for it to heat up and start outgassing to create the comet or to create the tails in the coma that we associate with comets and be able to verify. If it's moving fast, it's covering distances quicker, and therefore, if it's not getting heated up until it hits Jupiter, by the time it reaches Mars, it should already have that. If it doesn't, it's because it's moving too fast, it's too big, and it hasn't been exposed to enough radiation to start outgassing and causing the process of melting the ice. Not hard. Spectroscopy needs a container, therefore alien. Not wrong. So when scientists point all this out, Avi said that they are jumping to conclusions, which he never does, right? And closing their minds to possibilities. Dude, a duck that quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, and has duck DNA is a fucking duck. You don't get to claim it's possibly an alien duck just because its quack is slightly higher pitched than Earth ducks. It's Howard the Duck at this point. Now, Professor Dave did a deep dive on Avi's specific misinterpretations about Atlas, but let me just highlight a few. Atlas doesn't have the right spectroscopy for comets. Atlas has water vapor, CO2, CN, carbon 2, and other standard cometary emissions. Its ratios are different from solar system comets, but that's to be expected because you're not applying the same model for comets from within the solar system that you can outside the solar system. Atlas activity started late, which is unusual. Yeah, it's moving fast. We covered that. It came very close to the sun before heating up. Its activity peaked late because it didn't have time to warm up. This is exactly explained by its trajectory and its speed. We need more data before concluding it's a comet. Comet, not comment. Excuse me. We have spectroscopy. We have photometry. We have trajectory data, outgassing measurements, and direct observations of dust and ion trails. We have more than enough data. Avi is manufacturing uncertainty where none exists. Kind of like what Kevin was doing 24-hour sun, right? There's a fallacy there somewhere. Scientists are being closed-minded by not considering alternatives. Yeah, okay, look. Scientists do consider alternatives. They look at the data. The data shows it's a comet. That's not closed-minded. That's called following the evidence. You can have whatever fucking idea or hypothesis you want, but it needs to hold up to scientific rigor. That's the undertone of all this entire episode. See how we came full circle? Did you like the trip? It's pretty fun. But here's what gets like truly infuriating, at least for me. The media ate it up. They were sucking on that glass pipe like it was copamine, and they were just doing it for clicks. Avi Loeb wasn't just publishing questionable papers, he was on every major news outlet. CNN had a headline of saying, Harvard astronomer says mysterious comet could be an alien probe. Fox News, is interstellar visitor Atlas an alien spacecraft? New York Times, a strange comet from beyond our solar system. HBC or NBC. Harvard scientists suggest comet might not be natural. BBC, could mysterious object be extraterrestrial? His face was plastered over every news website. His speculation was treated as legitimate scientific debate. He got primetime interviews where he was introduced as renowned Harvard astrophysicist with zero pushback. Not one of these outlets bothered to call actual comet experts. Not one asked, hey, what do the other astronomers studying this object really think? They just gave Avi a platform and let him speculate wildly because aliens get clicks. Meanwhile, actual astronomers doing actual science, people like Steve Desch, Matthew Knight, Daryl Seligman, the Lowell Observatory tracking outlets were completely ignored because interstellar comet teaches us about planetary formation and other star systems, doesn't generate ad revenue. It's boring as fuck when you can just say we're being invaded. There was even an article from Avi Loeb that said that the Atlas comet took a very specific route to be on the opposite side of the sun from Earth so it could dispatch its invasion fleet and we wouldn't see it. I have to find that one. I can't remember where the fuck I put it. We need more data, says the guy claiming aliens. Exactly. Meerkat measured OH positive. Okay. It was consistent with the comet. Nothing to see here. Yep. Avi is being a douchebag by having a mind so open he's forgotten how to think. Hey, no, that's insulting the crackheads. All right, Steve, I'm sorry. I may have insulted a few crackheads, but you got to admit, Avi's right there. Marcus, it's great having you. Thanks for being here. The media is so damn scientifically constipated, I can't bear the media. Newsmax now advertises their pseudoscience rubbish stories like the new one on a scientist with a cure for cancer. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's all about clicks. It's all about revenue. It's all about money. So the media learned nothing from Oumuamua. Let's bring this straight back here. Nothing from the spherical debacle. They keep giving Avi a megaphone because he's a Harvard professor who says exciting things, and they don't care that he's been repeatedly reproved wrong. This is the state of science journalism in 2025. Actual expertise does not matter. Peer review doesn't matter. Evidence doesn't matter. What matters is whether the headline will get people to click. I wish I wouldn't click on Ashton fucking Forbes' videos. But I have to, because I have to fucking do this stupid shit to prove that he's wrong. But hopefully you don't. But as always, do your own research. And if you do, if your take is different than mine, we can be adults. We can have a conversation about it. Come on up. We'll do a Zoom call. We'll put us face to face and we'll have a conversation about it. How's that sound? But here's the thing. Avi knows this. He's weaponized it. He goes straight to the media before publishing serious journals. He frames every object as potentially alien, just enough credibility before the data is even collected. He's figured out that you can bypass the entire scientific process by just going on CNN. And the thing is, don't hate the player, hate the game. This isn't just Avi's fault anymore. The media is complicit in the grift. They're amplifying scientific misinformation for profit, and they don't care who or what gets hurt in the process. Who does get hurt? Well, I don't know. He's not some random YouTuber. He's a Harvard professor. When he says maybe aliens, people assume he must have good reasons. But he doesn't. He's deliberately misrepresenting data to sell books and generate media attention. And in doing so, he's undermining public trust in astronomical research. He's teaching people to distrust expert consensus. People like flat earthers and conspiracy theorists as a whole believe that consensus means everyone blindly agrees to it. But that's not the case. Consensus means everyone is independently, a majority of people has independently tested and reproduced the results and have verified that to be true. That's where consensus comes from. It's not all drink the Kool-Aid, put on the shoes. No. People who say that consensus means that we all follow blindly, those are people not in science. And here's the thing. He gives ammunition to every conspiracy theorist who wants to claim scientists are hiding the truth. The government's hiding the truth. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the government doesn't lie. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that to believe everything you're ever told. But the beautiful thing about science is that you can usually test it on your own. And if you're not able to, maybe find someone who is. Find someone to explain it. Find someone that you can learn to trust so that they can do it for you or can teach you. I know fuck all about Barry center coordinate systems and predicting eclipses and shit like that. But I know someone who does. I'll call up Astronomy Live and be like, hey, bud, you got about, I don't know, a fucking month of free time to explain this shit to me? And while he wouldn't give me a month, I don't think, he definitely would give me some time. He doesn't work for NASA, doesn't work for a space agency, doesn't work for the government. At least not directly. That I know of. And so I can trust him. I also know that he's a really good scientist who understands scientific method, who understands what evidence is, and understands what quality of evidence is. Am I appealing to authority? Maybe. More like appealing to expertise. And why wouldn't you? Professor Dave put it perfectly. Avi is playing to lowbrows, people who want to believe in aliens so badly that they'll ignore all evidence to the contrary. He's weaponizing that desire for profit. Buy my book. Here's a book signing. Here's book 2. Here's book 3. And every time someone criticizes Avi Loeb, his followers come out of the woodwork with the same defenses. And it's not even just Avi defending himself anymore. He's got this cult of personality, just like Ashton Forbes. He's just asking questions. Scientists should keep an open mind. He's not saying it's definitively aliens. You're just jealous of his success. Yes, Bruce Wayne. Andrew Wakefield was actually in my Stupid Revolutions video. I covered him specifically in that. And Ashton and Eric Dubé. Those are my 3 fucking clown parades that I used for that video. News outlets used to have science sections run by people who knew science, but most media outlets got rid of those departments decades ago. Not lying. Not lying at all. Steel City says, I'm one of the aliens who designed the comet that sped up behind the sun. Avi's trying to steal my story to sell books. Nowadays, the science stories are written by the reporters who write all the other stories. None of them know science. Yeah, it's written by the same people who write the fucking celebrity news page 6s. And even worse, they'll laugh at their inability to understand the science story. Isn't that so weird? Yeah, no shit. And it's that way with everything. When is the last time you've seen scientists? When is the last time that the NSF was run by scientists, not politicians? All good questions. When was the last time any of that shit was done? When was the last time a scientist was celebrated? Unless you go look, you don't even know who won the Nobel Prize. Well, you'll probably know who won the Nobel Peace Prize, but not the one for any other of the fields that they have for the Nobel Prize. The TV show Numbers is a fascinating case study of experts trying desperately to sneak veggies in with the junk food, so to speak. I actually loved that that series, and it, yeah, you know, it wasn't always right and stuff like that. And there was also some, you know, some creative liberties, stuff like that. But there was a lot of veggies in the junk food. That's a good analogy, Peter. Yeah, you're not wrong on that one at all. Yeah, we don't have journalism anymore. Media is not journalism. You're not wrong on that either. So let's go back to cover these real quick. He's just asking questions. No, he's making definitive claims. He said Oumuamua must be alien technology. He said M1 sphericals were most likely alien. He's not asking, he's asserting. Scientists should keep an open mind. Yeah, this is a great one. An open mind means considering all possibilities and following the evidence. Avi, where's your open mind that it might just be regular rocks? Why not wait for evidence before jumping to conclusions? Sounds a little hypocritical to me. You're just jealous. I love this one. He had the nerve to say that to a former director of SETI on a phone call, on a Zoom call, saying that she should be out there with him, beating the drums to get funding to find extraterrestrials. To the director of 40 years of the SETI program, like she hasn't been doing that. And when he absolutely face plants with that later and gets called out, realizing he could stand to lose from it, writes a backhanded apology. Guess how much coverage that got? Here's the kicker of it all, though. What did 3i Atlas actually teach us? What's exciting about Atlas? It's an interstellar comet. We're watching an object from another star system pass through ours. We're studying its composition. We're learning about planet formation in other systems, observing its interaction with our sun. That's incredible science. We've never really seen this before. We knew we would eventually once our technology caught up. Now it's here. Real astronomers are learning actual things about the universe. And real astronomers, like Astronomy Live, even as an amateur astronomer, is clowning professionals who think that a picture of Phobos from the Mars lander. What is it? Sorry, my brain just fried for a second. I just got disconnected. A picture of Phobos from a camera on the Mars rover was 3i Atlas. And he clowned every single one of those people who said it because every news agency ran with it because it was a crystal clear, bright picture. And none of them checked it. Logical fallacies like appealing to authority doesn't mean the argument's wrong. You're absolutely right. Science doesn't give a shit about fallacies. This isn't a debate. We're not in a rhetorical debate. We're not in a logic debate. I'll make my hypothesis. I'll prove that it's right. It's evidence towards that hypothesis, not a proof. Let me rephrase it, not a proof. I'll make a hypothesis. I'll do an experiment, and then I'll turn around and look at the results and see if it validates my hypothesis. Then, for example, my UHF experiment. Then the results, if they agree with my hypothesis, provide evidence towards, in this case, the spherical nature of the Earth. There's a lot more room for more evidence. Prove it's wrong. Prove it's confirming the consequence by preventing another model that explains the same thing and the same results. They won't. Avi basically sacrifices real science education for clickbait, and he's not alone. But while that's to be expected of the media, it's unforgivable. It's unforgivable for someone in Avi's position. Now, I want to give specific credit to Professor Dave because his 2 videos on Avi are just perfection. I watched them back to back in an afternoon. Hold on. Shh. Here's another dog and wants to interject. She has her own opinion about Avi. I'm sorry. What can I say? He went through every single claim Avi made. He provided sources for every rebuttal. He explained the actual science in accessible terms. He interviewed actual experts in the field, including an astrophysicist. He showed receipts for every lie. Dave interviewed Stephen Feeney, an astronomer who's been tracking Atlas. Feeney explained why Atlas is obviously a comet, why Avi's objections don't hold water, because it needs a container, and how science actually works. Dave's takedown was so thorough that Avi can't respond to it without admitting that he's been wrong, which he can't do. He has to let it ride and just suck it up. Go watch his videos. I'm sure you already have. So let's close out for tonight. We're not closing this just yet, but this is going to be the last of my topics, and we can go to chat and bring up some other topics if you guys want to. I'm not logging off just yet. I like this starting early shit. This is actually working out pretty well for me, and it worked out perfect to go from Matt's stream right to this one. So that was pretty cool. So what have we actually learned tonight? Okay. What's the common thread between the dumpster fire of the Flat Earth call with Dr. Shiva, Ashton Forbes, plasma Nazi, what the fuck ever, and Avi Loeb's alien grift? It's the same playbook. Start with a sensational claim that feels exciting. The Earth is flat. Not really exciting for me personally, but I guess if you have been told you're an idiot your entire life, and you now feel special, it tracks. Planes can be teleported. Comets are alien spacecraft. Ignore or misrepresent the actual evidence. No mathematical model for a flat Earth. Ashton ignores that his videos are fake and keeps on with the same grift over and over. Hoping. Oh, here's the thing. Ashton is just dying to get on Rogan. He bitches and moans and complains. Why hasn't he been invited on Rogan yet? Over and over again. Like that's his holy grail. And considering his content, it should be. Avi dismisses papers that contradict him, written by the same scientists, his peers. They use technical jargon to sound credible. When challenged, they claim persecution. Academia is gatekeeping. The government is covering it up. Globe earthers are closed-minded. Build a community that profits from ignorance. This is the killer. Flat Earth conferences, Flat Earth channels with super chats, Flat Earth apps with membership fees that leak your data. MH30 teleportation merch. I sell merch, but guess what? I make $1 on each and everything at most. Why? Because to me, it's fucking fun. That's why I like making designs. It's fun. I have my own art department. She's 14 years old to help me with the designs. Book sales. That's where it all leads to. This is what I referred to in the video called The Structure of Stupid Revolutions. It is a direct parody of Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. These grifters pretend they're doing paradigm shifts, but they're really just doing grifts. And the thing that pisses me off about all of it and why this channel exists, it's not that just people are wrong. I could give a shit less if people are wrong. Being wrong is fine. Every scientist has been wrong at some point. Let me rephrase that. Every real scientist has been wrong at some point. That's how science works. What pisses me off is that they're deliberately misleading people for profit or for clout. Grifting isn't just about money. It's also about clout. So when Dave Weiss gets taken down by the internal coup of Flat Earth and there's a power vacuum at that particular branch, you have groups of channels vying for whatever viewership and clout they can get. It's a power vacuum to them. Take advantage. Right? The king is dead. Long live the king. We knew what would happen with the Shiva call. Hell, I knew. I knew exactly what was going to happen. I could have walked away from it and said, it's not worth my time. But God, I wanted to put a spotlight on it. Just like I want to put a spotlight on Kevin's fucking diarrhea of a presentation that went through and showed the script of Flat Earth on slides. Because I wanted to show people like my daughter, people who watch this show, people who might come across it, that if you can't explain things, if you can't show the reason behind things, if you can't predict things, it's bullshit. Test what you're being told. I'm telling you the Earth's a globe. I'm showing you the sun calculator that shows it. I show you the math behind it. I also have other predictions for other experiments that do the same thing. I'm going to release them for everyone to provide screenshots into a certain channel to find out what my error rate is. Because my idea is I want to make a large collection of sample sizes and decide how close to my stated 1% margin error I am. My 1 degree of margin error I am. I might be less. I might be more. But if I'm at 1.5, doesn't mean the Earth's flat. Bruce Wayne, Shiva was the one who was actually the one who chaired the call. He was the one who was calling out flat earthers. Yes, 85, you're absolutely right. Humans make mistakes and then we learn from it. That's how it's supposed to work. You're right. But to your producer's point, no child left behind is a real thing. As he says, my dad was a teacher at the time, and his complaint was that they had to spend most time prepping students for tests, not critical thinking. Because schools are graded on their test scores by their students because they think a standardized test is a way to grade how well teachers teach. So to help with that, you teach for the test and not the subject matter. It's a catch-22 of the U.S. education system. What can we do about that? Simple. I found what works for me. That is doing math with my daughter, doing science with my daughter, doing projects with my daughter, having critical thinking conversations with my daughter. not showing her how it's done, but asking her questions like, what do you think of this? What do you think this means? How would you do that? And then let her come up with it. And if there's some holes in there or something needs to be fixed, then we have a conversation about it and see where maybe she missed a variable. She didn't account for something else. Maybe she made an assumption. As parents, we should be doing this too. Now, I only have 50% custody of my kid. I only get her every other day and every other weekend. I do the best with the time I have. Luckily, I have a pretty bright kid who loves science and loves math and loves learning. She doesn't really love science this year. She says that she's not really a space girl, but she did see a picture from the Rubin Observatory and says that because of the purple and pink galaxies, she could become a space girl after all. Ashton Forbes knows these videos are fake. He sells, he collects super chats anyway. He spouts off thinking he has insider knowledge from unclassified documents as a way to convince his cult to follow him and keep providing him with the money so he doesn't have to get a real job. Avi Loeb knows Atlas is a comet. He writes the socialist papers anyway because it pays better than academia. But he doesn't even have to choose between the two. He gets paid from both. They're all selling a product, and that product is validation for people who want to feel special by knowing the truth that experts supposedly hide. And in doing so, they're actively harming science education, critical thinking, public trust, families of the MH370 victims, and actual research and development. I mean, I've always liked Carl Sagan, but Carl Sagan was never more right when he said that we slid into superstition and darkness. And it's not because people are stupid. It's because grifters realize that they can profit from making people feel smart with actually teaching them anything. So what do we do about it? Simple. This is the part that each and every one of us can do. Anyone who's watching this video or heard this video, this is what you can do about it. Demand evidence. Sagan's standard states that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Pure and simple. When someone makes a sensational claim, ask for their evidence. Not stories, not videos, not vibes, evidence. Mathematical models, peer-reviewed papers, reproducible evidence. If they can't provide them, dismiss it. I'm not saying peer review is the end-all, be-all gold standard, but it's up there. If you're trying to debunk relativity and you don't have the background to understand relativity, you trying to do the math equations is going to do nothing, especially online during a live stream. Your ignorance just gets put on display. You're not debunking Einstein. You're a fucking clown in the middle of the United States who's going live in the middle of the night thinking he's somebody special. The second step is learn actual science. Take a physics class. Not necessarily does enough always apply to my actual audience because most of you guys have backgrounds in science and engineering. Read a textbook, watch educational content from actual experts, people like Professor Dave, ABC Spacetime, Anton Petrov. There's a bunch of other creators, Gutset Gibbon. There's a physics one where she flambéed Feynman's cult. I can't remember her name now. But there's a lot of good content creators who will take the time to walk you through, not you specifically, but walk the general public through something complicated. I don't necessarily recommend watching my channels because if you learn anything, it's usually by accident. I do hope you take something away from my videos, but I'm not Professor Dave. Call out grifters publicly. This is the big one. Don't let the people operate unchallenged. Challenge them. When you see someone spreading pseudoscience, call it out. Provide sources. Explain why they're wrong. Make it uncomfortable for them to lie. Paint them into a corner. And, a couple other things you can do: support real science education. Subscribe to channels doing actual science communication. Donate to science education nonprofits. Vote for politicians who support science funding. Make it financially viable to tell the truth. Make grifting uncomfortable to where they have to tell more and more ridiculous lies to get the same funding that they wanted. And above all, remember, being wrong is not persecution. When someone corrects you, I can't believe I have to explain this. When someone corrects you with evidence, that's not an attack. That's education. Accept it with gratitude. Learn from it. Grow. How about it, Kevin? The difference between a scientist and a grifter is that a scientist changes their mind when shown evidence. A grifter doubles down and shouts persecution, censorship, any other number of fucking adjectives to throw into that bucket. Anything but actual way to admit that they can change their mind or that they were wrong. So that's our show for this week. This has been the weekly STD recap. We'll return probably next week or the week after with more stupidity to debunk, more grifters to expose, and more science to defend. If you've enjoyed this, hit the subscribe button, share this with someone who needs to hear it. And if you're one of the people I roasted tonight, good, do better. I'm Dano, so I'm here to remind you to be skeptical, demand evidence, and never let grifters profit from your ignorance. Until next time, stay uncensored, stay unapologetic, and stay unfornicated. Now that that's done, I can clip that out and put it into a video as a standalone, because we've been going now for 2 hours plus, almost 3 hours now. Michael Van Beezen, I learned a lot of astronomy from him. Yeah, I agree. I personally go to Astronomy Live because I know him from X. We're in group chats together, and I know that if I hit him up with something, I mean, he's the one who recommended me for the Shiva panel. I mean, I took that as probably one of the biggest compliments I've ever received. And when I told him that, I was presenting this and I showed him this and everything else, I said, I hope I did you proud in the fact that you didn't waste a recommendation. He goes, nope, you're absolutely the right guy to have on that panel. So I take that as a huge compliment, as not only as a content creator, but as a person in what I provide to the community. Evil Producer says, no, I'm not done yet. I'm not done. Evil Producer says, vote for politicians that support the Department of Education and staff it with educators who advocate for educators, or staff it with the educators or advocates for educators, and give it teeth to set national standards. Abso-fucking-lutely. In fact, let's go back to something that I've shown previously, because I still find this a little disconcerting. And I think I need to share this with you. Let me get this a little pulled up here a little bit here. Those of you who are from my who've been on my live stream, stuff like that, have seen this before. Let's see. Let's transition this across. So while we're talking about the Department of Education, I bring up Flat Earth Library, a Twitter account that wants to awake flat earther, truther, and pattern recognitionist. Well, we go down here to their followers, and what do we see on the followers but our Secretary of Education? How do we know this is the person? Well, this is her personal account. She's reposting all the Secretary of Education accounts. She's reposting everything and anything that would be basically Department of Education related. There you go. For instance, thank you to President Donald Trump and Secretary McMahon for continuing to take bold action to return education to the states. I was proud to represent Wyoming at the White House when President Trump signed executive order to abolish federal Department of Education. This was from a woman who follows a Flat Earth account on Twitter. She had to actually click following. So, yeah, I'd like it if I would like it if politicians would support science education, not this shit. Let me rephrase. Not this shit. Right here. Oh, here we go. So we got a timestamp from Steel City. Is this the Kevin Cope session? Swallow, buddy. That's Judge Judy. All right. So before we get to this real quick, I want to talk about a few things as far as what we're doing here is, I'm hoping to do a collab with, like a live stream with Matt from Whatcast. I think it would be fun. I think it would be hilarious. We have different styles, but I think it's still pretty funny for us going back and forth. I really enjoyed today. It was great. I enjoyed working with Toon. It was really great. I always enjoy working with Mike from the Drunk to Bunk Show. It's always great doing that too. I always have fun collabing. It's DP Debunks. For those who don't know, DP has been taking a break while he takes care of some personal things. He is alive. He is well. He is working on some things. He hopes to be back sometime soon. And I told him that he is missed. So I also threatened to stalk him like an ex if he doesn't keep in touch. But that is the update on DP Debunks from his apparently personal admin assistant, me. But I've always enjoyed every one of these collaborations. But Swalla, for those who don't know, Swalla's right here in chat. He is also a Glober who does debunks. Now, one of the things about Swalla that is so great is that he uses software. He was on the Drunk Debunk Show. If you saw that, he had a VR Google Earth thing going on. He uses CAD. He also takes shit straight out of his damn garage to prove things like curvature and how things work. It is the most basic understanding that anyone can grasp, but yet he proves with every video that head earthers can't grasp. And the funny thing is, for a little history, Swall and I go back about 2 years now. And he was in a group that was doing Flat Earth Helpline. So there was a thing on Spaces, it's like a audio call on Twitter. And they would do a Flat Earth Friday, and it would go all night into stationary Saturday. And Saturday night, there would be, I think it was Saturday night, would be Flat Earth Helpline, where people who are Flat Earthers or people who had questions about Flat Earth can come in and we can help them. Sometimes, well, most times it turned into a fucking knowledge test by a Flat Earther. What about this? What about this? What about gish scalping, scattershot, everything and anything. And as a group, everyone was there to take it. We had Peter, we had Swalla, we had P-Dubs, PETA's particularly was hated by flat earthers. We had Joe B. We had myself. We had others. Well, I'm missing some names, I'm sure, but there's some other names that were in there too. But half the time it was just turning to a bullshit session and talking about all the things they got wrong on Flat Earth Friday. And it was nice to meet other people who had expertise that I could turn to. So, yeah, it's just a 5-minute video he did after the meetings. Oh, this is from Kevin's. This is from Kevin's channel? Steel City, you're a douchebag. You're an asshole. You know that? Because I know exactly what you're talking about. Go to the corner. You asshole. Yes, and Swallow does have other expertise. I mean, Swallow can give you his background. He's Swallow is one of my favorite content creators just because I know the guy. He is very chill. He is very patient, much more patient than I am when dealing with flat earthers. He's also a parent like I am. He's also we like a couple of the same things, and he's just an easy guy to talk to. So he does live streams on occasion. He does also short videos. I don't know if he actually do shorts, but I know his videos tend to be shorter. Like mine go, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes. His is usually between like 5 and 10 because it's an easy demonstration. He does not need to go 40 minutes and explain what the fuck a vase is made out of to show you how you can see around the curvature. And like when he's doing like, I think it was Earthrise photo, I think you were doing a demonstration about, but yeah, it's, Swallow is one of those content creators that goes under the radar, and he has some really good stuff that needs to be shown. I'm glad Mike from Drunk to Bunk Show has shown some of them. I've talked about him a few times. He's been here, in the chat a few times, but we're going to work on the live stream together, see if we can't get his subs up and also bring to light some of his gold for his stuff. So Swallow, you need to start looking at some of your videos and figure out what some of the ones you want to go over. And we'll set something up over a weekend that we can do things. Next weekend is going to be a little rough because it's a holiday here in the US. But after that, we can probably do something. All right, so let's hear what Kevin has to say, shall we? Yeah, big fish. I mean, improvement path. And so Grounded Extracts was on, had a great interview with Mike from Drunk to Bunk Show last night, I think it was. And he was talking about his thing and where he's at, like his experience in the conspiracy world and flat earth stuff like that. And found out at the end of the stream that he lives 90 minutes from me. So I think I need to go up there and talk with him and see if we can work out a collab and stuff like that, because he, as he says, I have no friends, so I have to play all the characters. So I'm happy to play a character with him, for him, or something like that. It would be fun. But really cool guy. So he had a stream tonight where he was talking about that. He was talking about a couple other things. Really grounded guy. Really interesting. I mean, he's primarily about humor. He's about comedy. He's about parodies, while at the same time being able to laugh at himself and what he calls parental shrapnel, where he had like glitter and feathers or something in his hair during one of the live streams. But he's been here a few times, does great stuff. I love his stuff. His stuff is hilarious. And at the same time, as a parent, I mean, he's been here for one of my parenting tangents, and sent a note saying he appreciated it. And so, I mean, parents got to stick together, unfortunately, because I think the kids are all conspiring against us. I'll be honest. But let's hear what Kevin had to say about his almost 5-minute video of Coke session going on here. I'm curious. Swala, I have to correct you. He's Austrian, not German. There is a difference.
You said that we can bring 10 people, our best,
We'll
Yeah,
make,
get
make
the
something
top
happen.
10 people. I mean, there must be at least 10 people like yourself, right?
and you said we have to agree to one experiment.
So we have to agree to
And-
that experiment. I'm
Okay,
proposing
wait a second. What the fuck are you doing right now? Stop.
We have to agree to one
Stop.
experiment, and that's where
No, stop. Please mute him because he's fucking around. Dave was given that opportunity back in early June.
The Flat Earth site sent the proposal way before June and got it approved from Shiva's assistant in May.
You bring 20 people.
Okay.
I'll help chair this meeting.
That'd be
You bring 20 people.
Hold up.
Proposal
Hold
way
up.
before
As I said, I forwarded your proposed experiment, Dr. Shiva, and the directors. I have played my part. By the way, the title of your email, Finding an Experiment to Prove Flat Earth, is biased. Yes, it is. Because it's about collaboration. Surely, if unbiased and truly considered, it should read, Experiment to prove if the Earth is flat or a sphere. Yeah. Exactly. When we spoke, you said you were 99% sure the Earth is flat. You should have to set aside that 99% if you were serious and start at 0% in favor of flat. My personal thoughts are I do not care about flat or globe. So this is supposedly Shiva's assistant, one of them. I spoke to someone named Heather. So Michael brings up a valid point here. If you're creating a biased experiment, the wording itself it shows your bias. It shows your ignorance. Take a minute, think about it, and say, here is an experiment to prove the geometry of, or geometric shape of the Earth. It should be all inclusive. It shouldn't be like confirmation bias. I think it's flat, therefore, backwards, work backwards to find, I start with the conclusion, work my way backwards.
June and got it approved from Shiva's assistant in May.
You bring 20 people.
okay.
I'll help chair this meeting.
That'd be awesome.
And we will propose this experiment, and everyone go around the room and agree
See how excited Dave is?
to the exact experimental dynamics, exact equipment, everything, how we'll measure everything. Okay? So we have to agree to that experiment.
Asked you two guys, and I am so glad that you've accepted the invitation to be at that table, regardless of the shenanigans Shiva pulls in the meantime. Thanks again.
Were they there?
Damn.
No worries,
pretty good
lad.
summary.
But as people applied, they got denied. For which it, Shiva had to make up the lie. He chickened out.
Toon covered this. Shiva said he sent out an email. And when he did, it was like a day later. Maybe 2 days. Here's the thing. When Shiva reached out to me, Shiva's assistant reached out to me, and I said, yes, I'm interested. Here's my, here's my email. Send me the stuff. I knew I wasn't going to get an email in the next 5 fucking minutes. I knew I have email on my phone I can check at random times. It was late in the afternoon. It was like 3:30, 4 o'clock. I'm in the same time zone. People have shit to do. Believe it or not, this science panel isn't the only thing Shiva's been doing for the entire fucking year. Your main character syndrome doesn't apply. So when I got the email the next day, which was actually like really late at night on Friday, I think it was. No, I take it back. It was Thursday night when I said I got an email on Friday. Friday, I sent my information, but I didn't have a headshot or anything like that to give them. But I typed up a quick bio. I put together, some information for them with my handles on various social medias, and I sent it to them. I wasn't even sure I was going to be accepted, to be perfectly honest with you. And I told them, I said, I don't have a picture. I will send it to you on Monday. I am out of town. I'm going out of town for the weekend. This is like right around my birthday. So you want to talk about an excuse not to check your email? It was my birthday. Still checked my email. I was doing stuff with family. But you wait 4 days, he assumes you're not interested, goes on to somebody else. How is that?
When they already confirmed him.
A guy called Stone who was banned from this. Okay?
And why? Why is that? Why is that? Why is that?
And now
why is Stone banned, please?
I don't have to explain that.
Oh, he doesn't have to explain it. But you know what? Let me explain it for you, Kevin. Read group 2. In fact, actually, read the entire thing. Pause it here because I'm going to take this down. Read this entire thing and tell me which group of people were not invited. And if they weren't invited, you can discern that they were probably part of that group too.
Because you have nothing.
I personally got interested because I did the first mechanical test to determine the shape of the Earth. And in the talk with Flat Earth Dave, the former presidential candidate Dr. Shiva repeated multiple times that he'll bring numerous engineers who are MIT physicists.
Let's bring...
I love how he throws in their former presidential candidate. Like, that fucking means fuck all about anything. Here's a surprise. I can be a presidential candidate. You have to have 3 requirements to become a candidate. It is be a natural-born citizen, have lived in the country for 14 years, and be 35 years of age or older. What the fuck do those 3 things have to do with anything about the panel? Hey, Kevin, your conspiratorial thinking is showing. You might want to tuck that back in.
20 people physicists from MIT, Harvard. I'm proposing you do 20 iterations of that experiment.
Sorry, Geek G, as President of the United States.
On each team, you have a flat earther and an MIT physicist. I'm proposing I will help facilitate. Gotta go 4 degrees from MIT.
But instead of that, she was...
Right. So this was supposed to be going on in July, where, I don't know, people who teach at MIT might be more free to do this. And maybe Shiva kind of spoke out of turn in thinking he could get 20 people from MIT to do this. He did. He got 1. Prabhakar was from there. Toon wasn't. I wasn't. I like how he's picking something up of Toon here. I'm curious to see what they pick up for me.
Go-to-glober was an individual with a fake name known for cursing people and even faking federal documents, trying to cast a poor light on flat earthers.
So you admitted here that you're the one who forged a U.S. Office of Strategic Influence Washington, D.C. document. I mean, you did fake a government seal on an email as a joke, and you're admitting that, just for the record.
True, yes.
After him, the final test of Earth's surface should be observing the sun.
I know I keep pausing this, but I'm almost offended he didn't point out anything on me.
So I propose saying, given a date and time and location, where is the sun in relation to where you are, both in a horizontal angle and a vertical angle?
Every trial for legitimate objection was hand-waved dismissed.
Because your objections had nothing to do with what the fuck the experiment was. You actually said, we don't know what the sun is made of, okay? Toon held up his coffee mug and says, you don't know what this is made of, but you know it's there.
Sky doesn't offer direct measurable information direct to the ground because it's a phenomenon which is independent from the concrete geometry of the surface.
Okay, no, it's not. And as I said on there, there's a geometric certainty, and he disagreed with me. Fine. I say it's a geometric certainty for a sphere. Therefore, provide a model where yours predicts the exact same thing based on whatever fucking geometry you want to use. Do not invoke magic. Do not invoke math, spherical math. You had your chance. Direct observation of the ground is necessary to determine its shape, but yet we're using a plane? I guess that's what's measuring the ground, right?
Direct observation of the ground is necessary to determine its shape.
Oh, wait. If only we had something somewhere of some sort of a presentation that would do something like directly measure the shape of the ground, that didn't have any ambiguity whatsoever on this. Huh. If only.
It doesn't, what you just said is nonsense. It's bullshit. You're just saying random words.
I was still able to present a decisive test involving a plane's radar system. The
Decisive in your view.
agenda was no one should even try to conduct this test, so they...
I'm going to stop pausing this over and over. It's going to take an hour. So I'm not going to stop this every 5 seconds. Let me let him play out and let him get his fucking feet wet, and then we'll go from there.
Involving a plane's radar system. Their agenda was no one should even try to conduct this test.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me go back.
Bullshit. You're just saying random words.
I was still able to present a decisive test involving a plane's radar system. Their agenda was no one should even try to conduct this test, so they made up lie after lie, just pure falseness about an alleged too high margin of error.
This is the ILS slope there, and it's got those the gray borders around it, above and below.
Kevin, you want to know how I know you know nothing about this fucking test? You just referred to it as airplane radar system. That's how I know you know nothing about this fucking test.
And that's showing the margin of error of the width of the beam.
The runway diagram triangle around the 3-degree line has to do with whether there are obstacles in the way, which the pilot needs to know about during his descent, as you can read here. If there are obstacles present, the bottom half of the triangle is even not drawn in the diagram. So that has nothing to do with the margin of error, as Toon presented it.
We will present another detailed breakdown of their margin of error failures. It's just too much. But they were so deluded and overconfident that they believed they had considered every possibility to make the summit support their narrative. They only allowed one non-native English participant who hadn't even taken part in a public spoken debate, making
A shit ton else were invited. And if they weren't douchebags and they weren't assholes, they were invited. What about the one native speaker, or I'm sorry, what about the 2 native speakers that were there on the team, Ryan and Globeslayer? Ryan said, fuck all. And Globeslayer got more or less threatened, from what I understand. That's an indictment on your group, not ours.
at 1 versus 3. However, they repeatedly reassured themselves that our test hasn't been done before, that they couldn't handle it when I brought up a result from a closely similar observation.
We showed the prediction from 35 nautical miles. For flat Earth, we were 1% off, and for the globe,
And what variables did you account for? What margin of error did you account for? How was this measured? What devices were used? What was the range? What was, I mean, this 35 nautical miles was the range? Where is all this data for this experiment? The reason why this wasn't considered, Kevin, is because you're showing two little fucking triangles in your own math without explaining A, how the math works, B, what the fuck you're actually talking about, C, margin of error. Something as simple as what kind of altimeter was it? Was it radar or was it pressure? What's the margin area of that? So that way you know how long your opposite height is. What's the margin of error in the DME? What is the margin of error on the actual antenna shims? What's the margin of error on anything? You are talking about measuring the interference pattern between two individual lobes. The two individual lobes are not a fucking string. It's not pencil thin. It diverges. Did you take that into consideration? Did you do measurements besides just the diamond that says what the signal strength is and the signal to noise ratio? So you know exactly where it's at. No? Oh, that's right, because that would have been problematic, because that means you would actually know what the fuck you're doing.
We were 1,000 feet off, almost here 10%. So this was one thing I said we didn't do the exact experiment where we remained at that altitude, but we asked pilots to show their primary flight displays. And as you
we didn't do the exact same experiment, but we did something similar. And therefore, based off of this similar experiment, which we know fuck all about, they're able to tell us what the globe says and what the flat earth says and what the instruments say. Okay, sure.
You see here, we have a significantly closer outcome for flat.
Call me a cynic. Oh, 35 nautical miles. Yeah, cool. Is that exactly 35 nautical miles when that picture was taken? Is there any other decimal points on that? How many decimal points does it go down to? None? Because here's the thing. If that says 35 nautical miles, I'm willing to bet if it goes down to, say, 2 decimal points, it would say 35.00 if it was exact. Swallow, it goes worse. He actually said San Diego also, because it's on the water. It's not. There's 5 miles of land between the airport with an elevation on it to the ocean. Zero margin of error on that 35 nautical miles. Now remember, we are talking about 0.6 nautical miles difference. Where's his refraction? Where is anything else that goes into this? I don't see it listed, do you?
Outcome for flat.
Look at the proof. No curve can twist the honest truth.
Oh, look, I got included. But let's back it up a little bit here. So let's put a level on the ground, because a level on the ground is going to show us the curve or the flatness. Yeah, Swallow. Almost all of them land on the land side, not the ocean side. The ocean side is usually for takeoffs. I'm a real boy.
Just take a glance.
No, don't follow him on BitChute, Rumble, and whatever the fuck TG is. Contact pilots and support us if you want to support the ILS test. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said it was cheap. It was only $100. Don't you remember, Kevin? It was only $100. Why do you need people to support you guys? You guys can't muster up $100 in your community? Come on. Here's the thing, Kevin. When I do my experiment, I'm not going to ask for funding. I'm going to do it myself. Why? Well, because I have a career who can allow me to do that. And also because why would they? Here's the thing. Why would people support your experiment if we've shown that the margin of error is all fucked up? You show a similar experiment without explaining what it is, without showing the variables, and I can already call out 3 or 4 variables that you're not accounting for without even knowing anything about your stupid ass test that you previously did.
No magic, no curve can twist the honest truth.
You know, Peter, that's a good question. Was that karaoke?
Closer outcome for flat.
Look at the proof. No curve can twist the honest truth.
Sure sounds like karaoke to me.
Just take a glance. No magic band, no circumstance.
Oh my God.
Is this the world's first?
Look what he posted. Not Professor Dave is going to get schooled by Truth or Wits It Gets It here. How'd that go? Oh, sun's pass over Earth. Oh, so you're making a positive claim. Cool. Can you explain how this model works? Can you show us the math on it, the angular size it keeps, as well as the speed that it maintains, depending on the circle that it's the orbit it's making? The analemma doesn't prove any of that. All righty then. Kevin said the fishing line one he did and the pilot one are the same cost. So I don't get why he didn't choose the fishing one. Good question. Yeah, he had a lot more tears to shed. You know what? Let's go back to
You said that we can bring.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Let's go back to Dr. Shiva. Here's what I want to know. I gave you, if you want to do radio, which you obviously do not understand, Kevin, if you want to do radio, I gave you a no gotcha framework to do one and build out your own experiment. It would have taken you maybe a day or 2 at most to figure out what you need to figure out. It was not a gotcha. This is done every day by a radio operator. In fact, it's even done by people like Sav who think you need a radar horizon to shoot radar at the sun. But I digress.
Who would have ever thought?
So let's go down to here. 17 comments. Globe ballers ignore truth. Here, let me zoom this in a little bit here. It's impossible for the 4 total solar eclipse its past to have happened in a globe ball lie theory. Huh? Earth is measured flat. Oh, that must be an Oakley guys. And here's Swallow the hero coming in with have you measured it? I have a diagram that directly refutes that. Which diagram? You talking about the sun diagram that spins up and stuff like that? Yeah, that's all bullshit. It would change in angular size. It would change in speed. It would change in everything that the sun doesn't actually do on a day-to-day basis. Short, let's see. You're guilty of the same thing, dude. You should learn critical thinking and metacognition yourself. Yeah. All this tells me you haven't really listened. You haven't paid attention. I think you're great, but you're missing it. No, I don't think he's missing it at all. Please try going to Nathan Oakley's Flat Earth Debate channel and try providing a single scientific evidence without using any fallacies, proving we live on a spinning ball. I bet you won't be able to. We don't need to prove an alternative model to falsify a positive claim. Wow, that's like a weird amalgamation of Nathan Oakley and Witsit. Oh, you have a U shape. Okay. No, I don't need to know why you need a radar horizon to shoot radar at the sun. Well, hold on, let's see here. Nathan Oakley is an ignorant tool. He's only interested in getting stupid people to believe his lies so he can make money. He has no proof whatsoever anything he says. You lot can't explain sunsets or sunset angles. I'm sure Dr. Shiva doesn't want to be muted and screamed at. Nathan doesn't have a clue and has never had a clue. He can't even write a book without having the 5th draft stolen. That gets a thumbs up. That gets a thumbs up. You know what? We'll give that one a thumbs up too. If your ego is PhD, oh, well, this is the one that we covered. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to change this to see newest. Let's see. The spinning globe-tard bullshit is ridiculous. Flat Earth is so easily proven. Your math doesn't math. Prove me wrong. You made the claim. You have the burden of proof. Who is this? Oh, I thought I recognized her from one of the avatars in one of the Flat Earth channels. Kevin, have you realized recently that you are an idiot? You have zero evidence of the BS Pizza Land. Some friendly advice. Stop now. Otherwise, you're making yourself look stupid every time you speak. Kevin had something to say about that. Very profound. Wipe the dust from your eyes and come back when you have something meaningful to say. Kevin, he's trying to help you, bud. If you think the world we live in is a round ball, you really are dumb. And it undermines everything else about you. The ball theory is the biggest con going and the easiest to disprove. Wake up, you plastic intellect. Wow, that kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was fun. Actually, you know what? Let's go. Oh, got a new subscriber to TT Guy. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. We picked up 3 subs today. Hey, look at that. On the road to 500, we're at 437. I thank all 34. All 434 of you for that, and everybody who's here. Because I would not do this without you guys. I did want to check one thing. I want to check I want to see if I have any held comments. Because those are always fun. Let's see. Let's sort by newest. Apply. And we'll go to held comments. Well, shit. I got no held comments. Let's see. What about mentions? JCat for Rogue Waves, CMS for the collab, Copium for the unboxing, Dick Wayne video for the collab, CMS for the CC videos of collab, Katie Markley for the for the pause or porta potty. Some DP debunks for the streamathon. Some more from CMS. Another one from DP. Oh, one of the content creators said, "What are you doing here? Go over and subscribe to Unfornicated." Thank you. Eduardo. I love that channel. He kills Flatzoid every day. It's hilarious. Some more from DP. Oh, sorry. I thought I was showing you guys this. So yeah, no held comments, no mentions. I guess no one gives a fuck about me, which is fine. I'm okay with that because they'd be forced to actually, I don't know, do something like show evidence because I kind of abide by that. Look, if you got a pepper grinder on your nightstand, we have questions. That's all I got to say. I think for a comment to be held, it has to be insulting, Swalla. So yeah, you can put an insulting comment and it might be held. Mike gets a bunch of those from the Drunk to Bunk show. I don't. I can only imagine how many Toon gets because everybody hates Toon for some reason. The best part about this I love is that the flat earthers honestly thought that since I'm the radio guy, I'm going to do the radio one. And since Mike is the sun guy from TFE, he's going to do the sun one when that wasn't the idea at all. Toon actually wanted to tackle the ILS and I actually wanted to tackle the sun because I wanted to learn something new. And then we helped each other as needed for whatever we were working on. Wasn't hard. It was great. We still love you. Yeah. I appreciate that, evil producer. Is that a challenge? No, not a challenge. Got to spice up the bedroom, says Jeebus. Yeah. A little pepper grinder will definitely spice up the bedroom. Grinder is Oakley's version of the Grinder app. Ooh, hey. Hey, look, I'm open to being roasted. I'm open to whatever else. My only thing is I hit back. There's a reason why, like, every one of my defaults says not safe for kids. There's a reason why every one of mine says something about stay uncensored and stay unapologetic, because I don't apologize for my views and I don't censor my views. And here's the thing that matters is, like, I can actually go in and show what documents that I can bring up to demonstrate what my assumptions were in the sun calculations, what my assumptions are in the UHF one. Toon pulled all the ones for ILS and put them on his website so you can find them there. What does it matter? Where were your documents? You had pieces of documents and underlines which may or may not have said what you thought it said. So, probing time 666. Welcome, bud. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for joining us before you had your caffeine. I have probably had too much caffeine today, but I'll take it. Oh, in the span of 30 seconds, we picked up another subscriber at 435. So if you are here, do like the stream, please. And if you do like the content, by all means, please subscribe, especially if you find yourself here coming back on the usual. We're always here. And I appreciate that. You know, if you want to click the notifications for upcoming projects and upcoming posts, if you want to help participate in the sun calculation or sun locator calculations, I will have a post out. I'll have everyone be able to download it. It's going to be a locked version. I don't trust flat earthers to not change the math. And here's the thing. I guarantee you that I will, if there's any outliers that show up, I will run the information, compare the information to what's shown on the screen. I will compare it to that, and I will compare it to this, my version of the calculator that I have, the original, and I'll verify against SunCalc so I know whether or not you're full of shit. So what we like to do on live streams is we like to turn it over to the chat and say, what the fuck, Chuck? What do you guys want to talk about? What is there anything that you guys want to talk about? Any derp you want to cover? You guys said Vika was talking bollocks about something or another. God, I need to quit listening to Matt. I'm starting to pick up his terminology. Oh, the PSYOP falls apart, according to Vika. Oh, whatever am I going to do? I don't know if I'll be able to live with myself. Should we look at Vika? Should we hear what kind of stupid shit he has to say? What we should do is play a CMS video so I can go do a quick nature break. I need to pay rent on the coffee. So let's pull up CMS. And since I believe Vika is a female name in Russian, that's why I call him Vicky. He was yours. Is CMS still in here? He may have gone to work or to bed. You know, she's in bed. No, 8 hours. Yeah, he's in bed probably. All right. Name first person to name a Arnold or CMS song. I'll play it while I go do a quick nature break because it's necessary. Yeah, probing, that's a good point. I actually found that out recently with one of their updates. It does not go to all the time. So sometimes I was getting late notifications, like after a live stream was done. I'm like, what the how does that help me? It's 3 a.m. in Finland. Yeah, CMS is in bed. Hey, Joe Black, how are you doing? Uramonte is streaming. What is he streaming about? Let me go check real quick on what Uramonte is streaming about. I think it was another debate. Oh, Flat Earth Derp.
Some special stuff to cover today. We are starting with the one, the only Nathan Oakley, who is still very upset about his book. So,
now I'm
John, hello.
Hi,
Epic
Max.
stream today.
How you doing?
Lots of fun. Let me pin that.
It's stream
while
inception.
I do that, I also have a message from one of our other favorites.
And I still don't have a freaking 1,000 subscribers.
Me either, Max. Me either.
I feel you, Arwen.
I get it.
The wait is so long for that.
All right.
But yes,
we're gonna go ahead and play CC. It's bullshit. And I'll be back in a minute.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Wherever you may be. It's a CC here, Chris from New York, Westchester County. They told us lies in school, they sold us space on TV. NASA CGI, they're hiding history. Mountains miles away, no curve for you to see. Water seeks its level, that's reality. It's bullshit, that spinning wet ball in the sky. It's bullshit, that gravity they try to justify. Flat and stationary, the system's built on lies. Break away and recognize the truth before your eyes. Ancient trees as mountains, devil's towers roots. The city ran on water, electricity that shoots. The sun's not 93 million, the moon's not what they claim. It's all projection magic, but they keep on playing games. It's bullshit, that rocket ride to the moon. It's bullshit, Mars ain't coming thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos. And let me be a part of your life.
I got a candle lighter I can use. So, yeah. All right. Well, if Max is over there, oh, whoops, sorry. CC's song had to be played. I had to put on the wig. If Max is over there streaming, going over some more derp, why don't we all head over there? I wish I could send you there on my own. Oh, God, CC has another video. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Hold up. Oh, waning mood in Venus on our flat Earth. Okay. That's, got to do this the right way. I think I need to brush this out a little bit here. It's getting a little, all right, let's see. Let's go ahead and move this over real quick. Sometimes I wonder if CC is on Creaky's payroll. Fair. Not going to lie. All right, let's see what CC has to say, shall we? For fuck's sake, CC, get a tripod. Okay, the zoom works. We see that. The focus is a little rough. It would help if you had a tripod, CC. You know, not to tell you how to do things, but... How exactly is that local again, CC? The sigh of concession. I love it. God, it's like he's jerking off the fucking Zoom at this point. Hey, come back! Oh, he's trying to find Venus. Okay. And if you ever needed to know why the P900 and 1000 are garbage, here you go. Here's your sign.
Looks like a star to me.
You're right, it doesn't look like a star. It looks like fucking garbage. Where'd it go? For fuck's sake, get a goddamn tripod. Marcus, you and I can have a conversation about that, but I still think that the glass that they use is garbage. I mean, it's great for like consumers who want like an obscene amount of lens, like glass to play with and zoom to play with, but I would much rather go buy film and use my my Canon A2E with a zoom lens. And that's just me. Jeebus, he has an absolute set to auto focus, which is a problem because he thinks that, like Mikey, You can't use infinity because infinity means actual infinity, not like the mathematical equation of where infinity is on a focus ring. It's Venus, the penis-shaped planet. And you thought women were from Venus. I think they got it wrong. Yeah, manual focus will go a long way at this point. Oh my God. How much more of this shit is here? Oh, good. 30 seconds. I'm just gonna start looking for sharp objects. The deep sigh of regret. Hey, beautiful sunset. Hold on, wait, CC. Hey, can you take your camera and zoom in to show us the sun, please? Like, where's the vanishing point? Where did the sun go? Can you zoom it in and bring it back over the horizon? No? How much more zoom do you need to do to bring the sun back than you would to see Venus if it's a flashlight in the firmament? Because I'm guessing the sun is before the firmament. So if the sun's moved away, then it's closer than what you just zoomed in on. So you should be able to bring that sun right back over the horizon, right? Yeah? No? Tell me why, maybe? Like, I love when flirts go out of their way to sit there and complain about, oh, it's so meta when you bring up, star trails and sunsets and sunrises. Yeah, the reason why it's meta is because the most simplest fucking observation that anyone can do on Earth, you have zero answers for. It fades away. Great. What's the altitude? Why doesn't it change in angular size? Why at certain times you can see half the sun? Where's the bottom half? Does it compress? Is the bottom half further away than the top half? How exactly does this work? Or is it curvature? No, wait, I know. It is a static, non-moving tsunami that just coincidentally increases in height 8 inches per mile squared from whatever observer is looking at it. That has to be it. Well, I'm convinced. I know, Joe, me too. That's all it took. This video tells it all. I guess time to shut down the channel. Time to start posting AI-generated slop about the ice wall in Antarctica and the lands beyond, and pimp out Flat Earth Dave's app. Yeah, it probably is sunrise. No, actually, I don't know. Depends when he took it. Does he have any information? Captured on 10/18/25. Because the sky is darker above it, I'm starting to think it's more of a sunset than it is a sunrise. And again, he doesn't really live that far from me, so the direction he's looking in Yonkers would be west. Oh, I need some more landmarks, I think. Let's see. When he zooms all the way out, is there any landmarks I can look at? Because now I'm curious. I think it's sunset, not sunrise. But hey, I'm open to being wrong. Is this the only time he zooms all the way out? God, the size are annoying as fuck. All right. P90 Vega. Let's take a look at this. Okay. So Marcus Leach has a P900 picture of Vega, and it does not look like a penis. Did you use a tripod? If he's catching Venus at sunrise. Okay, that's what I thought too. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought it was sunset. So it is sunrise. Okay, I'm wrong. I openly admit I'm wrong. I stand corrected. Things I do not need to hear in the same sentence as dearth and pimp. Okay, so all right, so Peter, I stand corrected. You're right. I'm wrong. Oh, okay. So it only works at sunrise at this time because of CBS. All right, that makes sense. All right, my apologies. Nikon is marketing their P1100. Reach for the stars. Sky is no longer the limit. Yeah, and because it's endorsed by NASA, they won't use it. It has a moon mode. Oh, really? So, Marcus, give us a little insight here. It's not award winning. Okay, fine. I'll grant you that. But did you use a star mode? Did you use manual focus? And did you use a tripod? Those are my three questions. Oh, Probing just found out he had a Wi-Fi connection to his phone and it sent a copy of all pics directly to his phone. That's kind of handy. Yeah, no shit. Because here's the thing is, like, if you get that Wi-Fi connection, right, and you have a, like, I know I have a friend who uses that from his Canon, and it connects to his laptop. So as his laptop set aside in the shade and where he's off taking pictures, like at sports and stuff like that, it sends the pictures over the Wi-Fi connection over there. And then he also still has this connection there, but it allows him to kind of see at least a quick look at the picture about whether or not it's going to be serviceable or not. So when he does like a lot of sports pictures, like Little League and high school sports and stuff like that, it helps him to be able to kind of like, he uses his wife too. And his wife will sit there and like give a thumbs up or thumbs down on whatever he just shot. So Marcus used manual focus, tripod, manual exposure control. Wow. Sounds like Marcus knows what the fuck he's doing. You should give a class on that, Marcus. My P90 cost me $50. Now, Marcus, have you taken the idea that it might be a flashlight in the firmament where they kind of like scrape the paint? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was showing you guys this. I'm fucking completely sideways today. Here's the picture. Oh, I just noticed something here. That has to come down a little bit. That one has to come down a little bit. I'm sorry, I meant to fade that. Still poking out at top. Oh, well, I don't care. I'll fix it later. My Coolpix cost me $20. I was surprised how well the image stabilization worked, especially at high zoom where it can be really hard to get a sharp image. Yeah. I habitually shot 400 for baseball. And it was a pain in the ass to try to do that without an IS stabilized lens. So I literally had to have like me wedged into a corner, my arms on my knees, and like shooting during the day. But if I was shooting at night, forget it. So I eventually just invested in an IS lens and made all the world an easier place. Because you can't really put a tripod on the field. I tried using a monopole, but that really didn't help either because I was usually ducking out of the way. So you can see Epsilon Eridon. Is that the, what's that? Oh, let me pull it up. In case you guys didn't know, so that's it there. So I'm guessing it's the 2 system. So it's probably these 2 here is what I'm guessing. The double. Okay. Oh, so this and this. I mean, that one makes sense. I don't know a lot about astronomy at all. How you guys can remember all this stuff is freaking amazing. Another 30 minutes or so, the jellyfish nebula should be clearing my neighbor's hot roof and into capture position. How's that for a prediction? Pretty fucking cool, Abrex. But have you considered not looking at the sky to measure the shape of the Earth? On film, I wound up sticking to 100 film. Okay, 400 worked better, but if I fluked a great one, I thought I said fucked. I'm sorry. If I fluked a great one, I wanted to blow up to 30 inches. It was still sharp if 100, but grainy as hell when it went to porn. Yeah. I shot a lot of slide film for like my landscapes and stuff like that, specifically for that same reason. But the sports photography, I try to go as low as possible. 200 film is garbage. It's like the grain of 400 and the speed of 100. It's like the worst film. I tried to shoot 100 when I could. I even tried to shoot 80 if I could, but my lens was not a high, like a wide open aperture lens. Even wide open, I think I was still at I think I was at 4. Yeah, my f-stop was 4 on my lens. I really wanted a 2.8 or a 1.4 lens, but the 4 just wasn't really enough to shoot 80. I could get away with hundreds if there was bright spotlights and if it was like high school fields, or if it was during the day on weekends for like Little League. But outside of that, it was hard to get those pictures. Although, there's something to be said about motion blur of a pitcher and with his arm having motion blur as he's pitching. I found some creative uses for that. The weirdest thing about film, and maybe you guys can agree with this, maybe not, was I both hated and loved it. And let me explain. It was easy to learn, which I loved. It was difficult because you couldn't see right away. So there's been times where I've burned 3 rolls of film. Like specifically, it was the 1-year anniversary of 9/11. So I was in New York right after 9/11 helping with like restoration efforts and stuff like that for communications. And during the 1-year anniversary, I was still in Boston at the time, and I drove to New York for the weekend, went all the way down to Jersey, and took night shots, both black and white and colors, of the Tower of Lights that they had. They put like these huge spotlights in a square, shot it straight up to show the silhouettes of where the buildings were. This is before the memorial and everything else was there. Like it just barely got done being cleaned up. And I realized that where I was at, and because of the light pollution, stuff like that, I wanted to shoot really slow, with a very long exposure. Not a very long exposure, but we're talking about like a few seconds exposure to make sure I got all the lights and everything else. And at the same time, I had to counter for wind and stuff like that because I was right on the water. So it was a giant pain in the ass. So I was bracketing everything multiple times. So every picture was like 7 pictures. So out of the 7 or 8 rolls of film that I went through, I had 4 keepers. And I didn't even know I had 4 keepers until 3 weeks later. I couldn't just look and be like, oh shit, I fucked that one up. Let me go do it again. $85. I'm waiting for the actual job posting for painting the firmament because I want to apply. I never experimented with slide film. Slide film is different. It's a little weird because it's a positive, you kind of have to look at things a little different. I mean, it doesn't really change how you do things per se. A couple of my settings changed one way or the other, but it was more or less, I liked being able to view them when I got them and like, get an eye loop and a small light table and be able to kind of like go through them quickly. You can't do that with negatives. You can, but I couldn't because I didn't have the information. So going through them was always a little more difficult for me. So I was like slide to be able to kind of quickly go through because I hoarded everything. I still have in the garage a bin that's a bin of all the slides that I have. I should scan them because I have pictures from when I was down there on 9/11 during the cleanup efforts. I got pictures of all sorts of random things and stuff like that. I enjoy taking pictures. It's one of the things that I really just love doing. And I'm one of those people who just luck into getting a great picture sometime. Like I got a picture. At the time I was on a whale watching cruise and we were coming back. It was at sunset. Bright orange sky, no sun, is already below the horizon, black water. And there was a recent beaching of whales in Cape Cod. And as we were coming in off the side of the ship that we were on, there was a fishing trawler that was taking out the carcasses behind it in a net. And you can make out some of the fins, the nets, and just the angle was just perfect to capture all the things. And I ended up selling it to one of the newspapers for one of the stories. I made like $50. It's still one of my favorite pictures. I mean, it's a sad picture, but it's also one of my favorite pictures just because I lucked into it. The Flurf version. Oh, I love this. No, do not show me any fucking notifications. Look at that. Mikey, look, we got you a telescope. Yeah, it's like the 3D street art that people can do with chalk. It's just amazing. Oh, well, Griff, thank you for subbing, and I'm glad that you're here. You're going to have to catch up. Yeah, probing, that's exactly it. I mean, I spent so much money on film. Like, I would buy cases of film. And, yeah, you waste so much money on processing stuff like that versus being able to look on a screen now and be like, nope, shit, keep, It's like you're like, you have your one finger on the delete key, one finger on the arrow key, and you're like, click. Like, even on my best of days, I maybe have 1 in 10 that were keepers, and that was using like a low bar, and like I would be 1 in 3 of ones that I was like, I'm going to enlarge. Like in my room, actually, I have pictures that were done at Huntington Beach in California, one of my visits to California, of a lifeguard tower, some palm trees at sunset, and also one of the piers and a beach at sunset. And then in my bathroom, I have some sunset, like late night sunset, where just the glow is at the very horizon out in Joshua Tree National Park, where you can still see the silhouette of the tree, but the sky is like a deep purple, and it's I was told it was deep purple. So some of my favorite pictures, but again, 1 in 3 maybe. Dad and I used to do Cibachrons for slides. Yeah, I use Kodak for all mine. Canon 70 to 200, 2.8 IS2 is probably the best glass for sports. Yeah, Jim, you're absolutely right. And that was kind of what I was saving up for. And until I ended up going with because the fields are rather large, and then because where I was shooting from, I went with a 400 f4 instead of the 200 2.8. I should have went with the 200 2.8. I realized after the fact, but I didn't. But you already shot, you already spent all that money on the f4. So what do you do? You can buy 2 and turn them into binoculars. Jeebus, you're not wrong. Yeah, probably. I realize that too. It makes me lazy to where I don't have to like plan out the shots anymore. Like for those shots, I planned out locations. Like I spent 3 days looking at different locations of where I wanted to be, which one's going to give me the angle that I want and everything else. And the ironic thing about this is, and you'll love this, when I shot it, it was at night. So you have the whole skyline of New York, all the lights on the buildings. You had the 2 bright lights showing up. Actually, hold on a second. I'm sorry, I should have left you guys with music. Sorry to leave you guys by yourself. My apologies. So here are some of the ones that just 4x6s. I'm going to go ahead and let's see. I'm going to of course not. So like there's the actual picture from Jersey. I don't have the 11x4 the 16x20s. Those are down in the garage. I gotta go find them. But like this is the picture from. Actually, if we do this, I'm not doing it. How do we turn off the green screen? Let's do this. There we go. Now. So a funny thing is when it was printed, this one is printed the right way. When I had the enlargement done, they printed it the wrong way to where instead of Battery Park being towards my right, so basically the leading lines from the from the cityscape goes from the left all the way down to the right and it goes down lower. I had it, it was printed the other way. So the battery park is to the left. So it looks like I shot it from Brooklyn, which is where I was not at. So I had to send it back and tell them to go pound sand. Oh, like for instance, here we go. Hold on. So like, here's a black and white version of the same one. Let me get rid of that. There we go. So it's the wrong direction. But these are what I use for proofs and stuff like that. So I get them large from there. Illusions here. How you doing? Once you saw SCVs, you showed up. Great. I'm glad that my sense of humor resonates with some of you all. That's all I got to say. Yeah, long exposures. Yeah. Some of these I did with a stopwatch and a bulb exposure. If that tells you everything. That tells you how long I've been doing this. Here's the only Astro pick I got. The Coolpix L320 solar eclipse in 2024 was not outstanding my field that day. Let's see. Yeah, well, look, you're looking at it through sun, through glasses. So I have a couple of those too. Look, for a $20 camera, at least you show something. Whoops. Let's go back to here. My grandparents had so many slides it took up an entire closet. Yeah, I got a lot from my grandparents too, from like when my mom was a kid and stuff. And then even they had some of me and my sister. My favorite was our Florida trip to the 70s. In the 70s to Cape Canaveral, pictures of Saturn V and Space Shuttle when they were testing. Nice, Aldebaran. That's sweet. Yeah, I do like the effect of that when you look through the glasses and you see the white from the frame of the glasses. That's actually pretty cool. I mean, you could almost sit there and say that's a Polaroid. '85. The closest I got was Parks Observatory. Ooh, I'd like to go to Parks. Yes, Google. That was the World Trade Center light display. STDs like STIs, but way older and way cooler too, by the way. I spent 30 seconds coming up with socially transmitted disinformation. That's 30 seconds I'll never get back in my life. Yeah, I don't have a slide machine, but I have a light table and a loop still. It's in one of my drawers somewhere, and I still use it. I need to go through and find like my keepers and get them printed on canvas. Yeah, probing, that's the sad thing too. It's like I got a twin sister and me, and that's it. And there's so much history that we got to pass on that it doesn't really come up in conversation with my daughter on every day. So I have to remind myself to discuss certain things with her. Like, oh, this is, oh, I found something today I want to share with you and, and go into this. But if after work, after school, it's like the last thing you want to do is kind of talk about school stuff. It's more like, where's dinner? And it's definitely an eclipse. Yeah. Never been to parks, but I visited Sister Dish. Yeah, it's only what, 7, 8, 12,000 miles apart. Hey, and ARO is nothing to sneeze at, by the way. So I still have to get up there. Because that way Marcus and I can have lunch. We can do a tour and put it on the of the observatory and put it on the channel. And he and I can talk about the paper from over the summer. Oh, that's what I was going to say. We're going to do a thing. We're going to do a review of a paper. It's going to be Astronomy Live, Marcus Leach, myself, maybe Toon, maybe a couple others who may want to come to my channel as opposed to go to theirs. And we're going to discuss how a summer-long measurements with a radio telescope allowed Marcus and his class of 12 to 16-year-olds to measure the orbital speed of the Earth. Oceans are like that. Yeah, it's kind of hard to drive all the way from Hawaii. We haven't quite built that highway yet. Oh, designed and built by the same engineering firm. Okay, cool. Did not know that. So Parks is the central northwest or central west of north southwest. Where is Honeysuckle at? Because Honeysuckle is part of DSN, right? That was part of Apollo, if I remember correctly, or was that Parks? I always forget. Or maybe they both were. I know that Parks has got a huge antenna and that it's part of, you know, like Marcus's ARO, and it's got a and I know that Parks is also gets farmed out for a lot of like collab work and stuff. New South Wales. Okay, yeah, look. That's what I meant. Oh, so Honeysuckle is also in New South Wales? And Parks was part of Apollo. Okay, so I was right. No, I was wrong. I said Honeysuckle. See, I get them confused. You know what it is? I need to get my ass down to Australia so A, I can go kick DP's ass just on principle and hang out with him and go to a blues concert and get rip-roaring drunk and put it online. And then 2, I'd love to go see some of these satellites down there. There's a movie called The Dish about it. Okay, I'll have to look it up. All right, guys, we are sitting at almost 9 o'clock. Let's all head over to Max and take over there. I need to go eat food. Oh, it's different. ARO is different than your... I thought ARO was your dish. I'm sorry. I confused it. Well, 85, that's fun. If I end up down there, then we can go there. And then we have to go up north and swing by Brisbane and Brisbane, because I want to, well, I also want to hit Bondi Beach just because I can say I did. As I'm not going to go out there and surf. I'm too old for that shit. But I'd like to say at least I was at the beach. And then I want to swing up and to Brisbane and go hang out with Cope for a while. Maybe do a lighthouse experiment. See if we can break into a lighthouse. No to Briz. Oh, Proby's out that way too. Even better. See, I'm seriously considering, like, you know, because you guys are like all the OGs that have been here since, I don't know, like the first few different streams. I definitely want to do some meetups somewhere along the line when I get some traveling done, preferably with my munchkin, who's not a munchkin. Go to, do an Australia trip, do a UK trip. I have to go to Bermuda specifically because Geek G is there and there's rum there that I like. So that's got to be something that has to happen. On specifically just to go get Black Seal from Bermuda. But yeah, I want to get some traveling done before I'm, basically relegated to sitting in a wheelchair. But I want to get some. Oh, and that's the thing. I want to go do some scuba diving. I want to go do some. I want to go do some fun things while I'm at these places. Can't say scuba diving is high on the UK trip, but maybe mountain biking is. But scuba diving is definitely high on the Australia trip. So different ways for me to get out there. I need to go out and enjoy it. The Dish was a great film. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to pull it up now. Where can I find The Dish and streaming? Oh, I can rent it on Amazon. No. Oh, it looks like I can watch it on Netflix. Okay. Pre-Kronk. Was there ever a pre-Kronk? I mean, seriously. See, probing's that way. I mean, look, there's a lot of things we can do. We can do some serious nerd shit out in Australia, and I'd love to do that. First trip has got to be up to Canada though, because I need to go. I need to finalize the trip to go see Marcus, so I can get that tour in, show everybody the cool things that are going on, and we can start talking about that paper and stuff like that. Probably, are you saying that you were hiding? I'm willing to bet you had like a porn mustache back in the day too, like Magnum PI. You're sitting behind that. You're sitting behind that window, being like, "Nope, you're not getting me on camera." Oh, so is it Brisbane or Brisbane? I thought it was Brisbane. Look, for all the English that you guys speak, it's like a foreign language sometimes. Brisbane. Okay. So that's like me getting yelled at by the UK folks when I was calling it Derby and not Derby, because I'm a colonial who doesn't understand English, apparently. English proper, whatever. First one. Okay. See, I wasn't that far off. I still know how to pronounce it as long as I make a conscious effort to pronounce it that way. But I've been to Perth. I've been I've been to Perth. I've been to Hobart, and I've been to Wellington. I know that's a different country, but it's in that same general area. I have not made it to, and been to Darwin. Haven't been to Sydney, haven't been to Brisbane, and haven't been to Melbourne. It's not Melbourne, it's Melbourne, right? See, look, I've actually been to Australia. I learned. Only because they were laughing at me in my pronunciation, so I've had to learn it the right way. The idea of like, to me, Perth is one of those weirdest places I've been to, and just hear me out. Not because it's the West Coast, which is like what you guys would consider like where all the rednecks, or I guess where all the inbred people live, or I don't know how you guys look at Perth, but Perth doesn't like the East Coast, and I guess the East Coast doesn't really like Perth or something like that. But either way, Perth, what I realized is that, and this is going back 30 years, it was a city on the coast that literally when you drove out of the city, the road just ended randomly and it became a dirt road. I was like, well, this is interesting and fun at the same time. But we went out to some vineyards out there during our port visit, and had way too much fun to where I don't remember a lot of it, except that there was one vineyard, AT2 Productions, that I talked about it one night on Twitter, that had a red wine that was absolutely epic, and I wish I could get more of it. Everything is bigger in West Australia, almost like Texas. Okay. Oh, Dougal's in Perth. Cool. You resemble that remark. I just remember when I was in Perth, it was our first stop in Australia, and everyone was like, cool, we're in Australia, because the Navy didn't always go to Australia. They would sometimes cut across. You get stuck in Singapore and like Hong Kong. But we did Hong Kong and Singapore on the way in to the Gulf, and we did a couple stops on the way out of the Gulf. And then on a different deployment, I went to other places. So it was interesting. But yeah, when you land in Perth, it was like, oh, this is Australia. This is cool. And then all of a sudden, it's like, then you land in Hobart and it's like, well, this is completely different. Like Perth reminded me of like the West Coast of California. It's like, desert, it's dry for the most part. It's got some waves, fun stuff. And you go to Hobart, it reminds me of Seattle. It was raining almost all the time. It was cool. It was not hot like it was in Perth. It was definitely very different. Yeah, Jim, I've driven that Dallas to Houston trip. Wow, that was interesting. I did see evidence of curvature though. That big ass white statue, what is that? 70, is that 70, 75, whatever that highway is. That big ass Sam Houston statue on the side of the highway there. You see it as a dot, and as you get closer, you start seeing it slowly get bigger and bigger, and then you see that it's actually like still, you don't see the whole statue. So the funniest thing in Perth is anyone wrote in giant letters on a factory rooftop, "Welcome to Sydney," underneath a flight path near the airport. The opposite is visible in Sydney. See, that's the kind of trolling I love. 35. All right, look, I had one number right. All I know is that was a long drive, and it was brutal. And then I did a drive on I-40, which basically goes from California all the way out to like North Carolina. And then we diverted in North Carolina to go up to Virginia. I did that with my nephew. That was rough. And then I did one from New York to Arizona, taking a northern route through like Ohio, Missouri, and stuff like that. So that was a different route. For not being driving as a job, I've done a lot of driving in the U.S. Drove I-10 from Florida all the way to LA. That was fun. Again, very boring drive for most of it. That one makes me cringe is when people call us Aussies. That's why you'll never see me spell it Aussie. You'll see me say Aussie. Well, yeah, because, I spent time in a pub where I learned, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. How do you know what the Aussie Navy in Hong Kong was probably one of the high points of my service time, because Hong Kong was still under British rule at the time, and it was getting ready to be handed over. And yeah, they took me under their wing, and that's not a night I remember much of. Let's put it that way. It was a corrugated dirt track out that way, more or less. Yeah, Dougal. So the way it worked was on the way out, like we hit, so we left San Diego, then we hit Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. Then our next stop was Singapore because the Philippines was closed. Sometimes we would hit to Hong Kong and then go down to Singapore. And then from Singapore, it was to the Gulf because there's no place to stop between there and there. And then when you're coming out of the Gulf, you have two choices. You stay above the equator and go to Singapore, you drop below the equator and you go to Perth. And that's like 28 days of sailing and on an aircraft carrier, because it's not a direct route. You're constantly putting planes in the air. You have to turn to the wind. So everything is in circles, so to speak. So Perth was our first stop after like 28 days. So it was, and you just left a combat zone or a escalated theater. So then you would just go nuts because, well, it's Australia, and two, it's because you're not exactly like, we had port calls while we're in the Gulf, but Bahrain, Jebel Ali, those aren't exactly party places to let your hair down and goof off. It's more like, oh joy, there's a lot of rules and you try not to get arrested. So Perth was one of those ones. It's like, we're on the way home kind of mentality. So you're celebrating being on the way home, and it's your first stop along the way, and you just want to enjoy yourself and have a party. So yeah, I enjoyed myself a lot in Perth. And then we sailed from Perth down around to Hobart. That was one deployments. And then from there, we went from Hobart around New Zealand and up to Hawaii. At that point, I didn't care. I was just counting down days. I wanted to get home. I see what you did there, Illusion. Don't think I didn't see that. All right, guys, let's go and go pack it up. I'm going to go eat some food. Let's all go over to Max's, hang out there. I will see you guys over there. For everyone who subbed today, I thank you personally from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for helping support the channel. For those who are here today, again, also from the bottom of my heart, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting what I do. And thank you for allowing me to spend some time with you guys, hang out, chit chat, and listen to my long monologues about socially transmitted disinformation. So I thank each and every one of you guys for being here and for being part of this community, helping me out on my projects, helping me out on the live stream, stuff like that. This would not be here without you, because I probably would have stopped if I wasn't talking to anybody. So that being said, you guys are the digital family that is spurned from this channel and from the community as a whole. So thank you guys for all that. So as we like to say, and as I'm getting pawed by the dog, apparently she wants some attention too. Stay uncensored, stay unapologetic, and stay unfornicated. All right, guys, good night. We'll see you over at Max's. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your weekend. And if I don't see you, have a good rest of the week. And we'll see you guys on the next stream.